Super slow motion! It should be snappier, it should be peppier. There should no longer be that stupid delay. In theory. In theory. Hoppachaw. Okay, we're looking good across the board. All systems nominal. Much better. Much better. Right, let's start again. How are you all doing? Sage Bell, lovely to see you. Can't believe you're fucking going this week. No. I basically gotta just limp through until payday, so I can't even be like, yo, let's go get a sandwich or some shit. There will be no sandwiches. This is a sandwich-free zone. On the plus side, alright, future sandwich on hold. Jobs are good. On the plus side, I do have an interesting game for you all today. So while we have a natter and I get everything kind of sorted. So the game we're playing today is called INFRA, as in like short for infrastructure. And it popped up on my little radar a while back. And I've been kind of curious to show you all because it has all the trappings of like a horror title. So you use like simple equipment to explore an environment, but there's no horror, at least to my understanding. It is for all intents and purposes like a narrative thriller with like survive and avoid type mechanics. And I don't think we'll end up doing a full long play of it, but at a month when everyone is going hard on the spooky nonsense, I wanted to show you all a game that uses the same tools as a spooky game to do an unspooky title. Yeah, it's a weird game. But at least to my understanding, it doesn't go into, like, horror. There isn't a monster that jumps out and goes, Ooga booga booga! Sheepstonia, you are not late to the party. We had a little bit of technical difficulty, so I had to bounce the stream. But we should be okay. Ozymandias, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. I keep checking my my early build of Zero Savant or Savant, or I think I've called it Zero Savant like 3 times. Sorry, Ollie outing into one conversation topic to another, and I will show you all that. Like, embargoes be damned, but right now the mainline build has a memory leak in it, so it's really chunky, and the game is super fun. So I don't want to show you it when it's in a non-optimal state. Specifically because it's not something we're supposed to have. And Ozzy, it is Big Giant Circles. I got to hang out with them a whole bunch of packs, and they are a fucking cool industry friendo. And I needed something chipper this morning, so. And Durry, did I say hello? I hope I did. Good morning, Watto, and welcome. If you get 2 hellos, then so be it. Whoa. So what I'm hoping, Ozzy, is the stuff that Big Giant Circles is working on will get announced soon. So I'll be able to tell you all about it. It's currently very friendly, so I'm just waiting. Just waiting. I keep thinking more and more about this whole long ship publishing thing. And friends, the amount of times I have written and deleted messages being like, hey, I want to publish some video games to friends. But I definitely need more hours in a day, that's for sure. To 7 sunless days, what and welcome. I mean, I don't want to retread the publishing conversation we had last week. Yeah. You've all heard my thoughts and feels on this. So, suffice to say, it's a wonderful little pipe dream. Now it's the case of, can I actually do it? Can I source that much money? And can I deliver? You know? Right now, as my life currently stands, I cannot. I'd need to make some very, very drastic changes. But I will probably have to do that anyway. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll be selling all of your cool, weird indie games. I will say, if I get to publish it, if I get into the position of publishing, I will make a hard push for, like, the absolute loopy bananas. Like, I'm talking Golden Light, Cruelty Squad, I mean, and things like Zalavir type games, Purgatory Dungeoneer, stuff like that. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'd love to focus on. It's weird, despite not being a great title, it does feel like Overwatch 2 has sucked up a lot of the air in the room all the same. And it's been really interesting. I guess that's why industry noise has been so quiet for the last few days, is everyone was kind of expecting Overwatch to be this big triumphant return. And there's been a lot of coverage, but it seems mostly to be around technical problems and a lot of think pieces. Excuse me. A lot of pundits doing the I told you so dance, which is... Oh, sorry. The reason why I was talking about that one is because, speaking of Purgatory Dungeoneer, it's out on Steam. It's not done gangbusters, at least from what we can tell. If you didn't see the stream of it, this is Purgatory Dungeoneer, where you inherit basically a retirement home for long-dead adventurers and slowly build it up into this this fascinating place. If you love JRPG-type stuff, I can't recommend it enough. It came out last week. We did a stream of it. It's fucking cool. As it currently stands, it only has 7 user reviews on Steam, which is probably the closest we can get right now to at least an engagement mark, you know? I'd also get weirdly into Shotgun King, the final checkmate last night. So there's that. There is a game that does not need any help. I think that one's sitting at like, yeah, over 1,000 very positive reviews. Sorry, as a complete conversational handbrake turn. So No More Heroes 3 is dropped on Steam today at $50. I cannot keep track of which of the Grasshopper games are the ones you need to play and the ones that need to be avoided. Because there was like a No More Heroes sub-story on the Switch that wasn't great. But was that a prequel to this, or is this a reworking of that one? I'm very confused. Hey! J. Crips, how goes it, friends? What ho and welcome! So yeah, despite doing inordinate amounts of research and trying to keep up with games as they are happening, I cannot keep track of which of the Grasshopper manufacturing games are the ones that we need to get stuck into. I mean, you know, we feckin' loved Let It Die. The fact that... I mean, I truly wonder if we'll see the Let It Die sequel actually drop. As the Battle Royale craze has come to a close, and there's been very little noise on it. Oh, very fancy. Fearless has got beer with lunch. That's right, good. God. I was hoping that Let It Die was going to have a little bit more meat on the bones, but I guess it was never meant to. Sorry, if you haven't heard of it, Let It Die is a free-to-play kind of Soulsian brawler where you possess corpses and have them try and climb the Tower of Barbs, whilst Uncle Death cheers you on. It was a strange, surrealist fever dream. And one of the more interesting forays into like free-to-play as a space. Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of fell off Let It Die after a while. But one thing I did find quite interesting was it wasn't a direct PvP type title, and while there were interactions and crossovers, it wasn't designed to be directly combative. The challenge is always to get to the top of the Tower of Barbs, and the things that stand in your way, and the strange world that unfurls around it. I don't know. It's one of those worlds I would love to see breathe a bit more, but unfortunately, like I said, the sequel does not look like it's up to snuff, and I don't think we'll see it hit market. I honestly think the Let It Die sequel is just going to quietly disappear. Oh, wow. J. Cripps just dropped $1.5 grand on the MetaQuest Pro. Fucking yeah, go you! It's been, God. Last time I actually did anything VR-wise was Half-Life Alyx, which continues to be both one of my favorite things and one of my banes of, like, video game discussion. Oh, sorry, okay. The reason why I mean bane of video game discussion is because Half-Life Alyx is incredible. Like, it is genuinely one of our... It is genuinely one of our work's greats. Oh, there we go. Now Dinobot's procking off. In fairness, Kybal, I wasn't technically ready for Dinobot prior.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh!
Hello. I return.
Ehrman, welcome back, friend. How you doing? Coming in, friend. Coming in. Thank you for the full feckin' 4 years. Jeez, Jiminy. 4 years at a tier 3 is a lot of support. Thank you. Oh, lovely to hear. Aaron was just saying that vacation was nice. Yeah.
What ho, Vikings?
And Lyris, what ho and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, friend. Coming in. Thank you for the 200. I was just chatting about, not specifically Half-Life Alyx, but just, it is a game that goes hard and breaks a lot of ground in video games, but because it's a VR-only title, and VR is intrinsically linked to the experience, you see how few people in the gaming space have access to VR, so it creates this obnoxious loop where people don't want to hear about it because they don't want it spoiled, but also they don't have the means to...
Hey ho. Missed you. Been busy with work and school, but glad to catch you today.
Aww. Immortal Len, thank you. I mean, It's been a roller coaster over here. How are you doing? And I hope school stuff's going well. Wow. That coffee did not go down. Loris, thank you for filling the pint glass. And again, apologies for, I guess, my incoherent nonsense. It's just, I want to discuss Half-Life Alyx, and I feel that at an industry level, it's one we really do need to talk to. We do really need to talk about more. But without getting into hella spoiler territory, we can't. And like, I've yelled about this online, but people are still making the Half-Life 3 jokes, despite the fact that we got a Half-Life sequel. Like, Jesus. No, Jackie, you absolutely need to do 3D printing with a fume hood. That stuff will mess you. Oh, shit! We are under raid! The denizens of the dark room are upon us! Mate, you can't bring a raid in! I haven't finished my coffee! What? No! How was PAX Oz? What? Oh, and welcome! Oh, and to those that may not have seen it, I can do... Where's my shout out? Yeah. What? I'm trying to do shout outs here. There we go. Boof. To my lot, if you're not currently following Robotron, please change that. Their Darkroom stream is feckin' brilliant. But to Ems, Div, Snowdrop Hat, thank you all for the follows. What? Oh, and welcome! I guess I've got to get my arse in gear now as I slowly caffeinate. How are you all doing? Okay, how was the stream? What was going down? Voltmog, I would be honoured to tell you what I do. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's lovely to meet you all. My name's Will. I worked in the games industry for a decade, and I do this for a living. I help people with their video games, I show off weird and strange indie games, or we deep dive into games you might not have heard of, or sometimes just pull the good bits out of titles and discuss them, you know? Like, I feckin' love video games, and if any of you are looking to make them, I'll help you with the rest of the non-coding nonsense. I am also slowly getting caffeinated, which is resulting in this slow and incoherent banter mode. To Puppy Crabosaurus, which is a wonderful visual element, thank you for the follow. And Voltmog.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, why you like this? But yeah, no, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I don't know, as I said, I don't know if the man himself has come on through with the raid, because I know with like the dark room streams, it's a whole trip. But how did it go? Like, if one of you all from that side could tell me your tales, that would be lovely. Yeah, I figured. I was actually, a few industry friendos flew over for PAX Australia, and it was just like, I miss PAX Oz. If you ever get the chance to go for it. Because there's something wonderful about PAX Australia that I haven't encountered at other games events. But fuck that flight. Like, seriously. Like, 16-hour flights, no thank you. No thank you. I'm very glad I don't have to travel for work, specifically because of those. Makes my feckin' legs hurt just thinking about it. I mean, maybe if you got like one of the Steam Decks, it wouldn't be too bad. But God, it's just that there's a certain kind of knee cramp you can only get on like a 10+ hour flight, and that pain will be forever etched in my mind. Okay, so he has gone to sleep. All right. Thank you, Great Aunt Bessie. Exceedingly good Yorkshire puddings. Well, so Jackie, while not a terrible idea, like a Stellaris game for a flight, like, one, if you're flying coach, you got that teeny tiny little space, and you may not have enough power to continuously charge your laptop whilst it's running, because those power plugs are pretty low intensity. Yeah, well, down on the dwarf, like, that's what kicked my ass was, like, because we were in Dunedin in New Zealand, so any flight I went on to, like, anywhere else was going to be a minimum of 10 hours if I was lucky. See, Jackie, there's your baby mistake. So yes, all long-distance flights do have power plugs, but how much voltage you can get out of them? If you're playing something like visually intensive on, especially a laptop designed for gaming, your laptop will be pulling more power out of its battery than your plug will be able to charge. Like, no joke, I've had that one happen to me. It sucks. So I got real into, like, pixel art roguelikes when I was traveling a lot. That's when I finished, like, Downwell and Duskers and a bunch of others. I will say, though, the other advantage about flying from New Zealand was that the amount of time it took me to get, like, what do they call it? Like, one of those, like, loyalty card systems, because the sheer amount of air miles traveled. It's like, I got lounge access, which saved me. God, yeah. Sorry, friends. I'm just talking about traveling now. LAX is one of the worst airports in existence, and it can just crawl in the bin. However, in stark counter, it has one of the best lounges I've been to. I just used to be able to, like, go from be Auckland through to LAX, and then LAX to wherever else in the US I had to go to. Which, let me tell you, PAX East. Oh boy. But I could have a shower, I could have some food, I could have some booze, just sob quietly, and then get back to it. But yeah, like I said, friends, if you get the chance to go to PAX Australia, absolutely do, because I can't quite quantify why it's one of the special gaming shows out there, but it is worth your time. And yeah, Jane, last-minute flights to Australia can be a bit pricey. It is lovely when there's a company picking up the tab. Sorry, Lizzie was saying that Seoul Airport is glorious. Not been to it, but I've heard nothing but good things. That's so strange. Down on the Dwarf, I started reading your comment about flights from Auckland straight to New Zealand.
Sensors
Straight
online.
to New York.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Happy 48 months, Will. Remember that you are loved and there's no shame in that. Also remember we all live together.
I try, Captain Steph, I try. But thank you for fecking 4 years of subs. What oh and welcome! What oh and welcome. Hey, Arilu, I've done it. Sorry, Arilu was saying, company picks up the tab, but then you drop 200 to upgrade to first or business class. I think it was Air New Zealand as well, or it might have been Alaska, where you could bid for upgrades, and if nobody else bids, you could get upgrades for dirt cheap. It's fucking cool. Oh, okay, so Jane's in Australia, so it would have been a domestic flight, but yeah. I guess that's the thing, Jane, is people outside of Australia forget how fucking massive a continent it is. Like, it is big. So it's by no means small. I mean, the same thing of most people in Europe forget, like, the distance between East and West Coast US is a lot. It's a lot. Vegan wee. I mean, I love the fact that, you know, gaming has become such a gloriously international thing, and I guess the thing I'm looking to see is, you know, as it continues to become more and more culture, like, hopefully we'll start seeing more and more events in strange places. Reboot Develops coming back, which is cool, and that's in Croatia, and that's gorgeous. But it's worth saying that Reboot Develop is very much a business conference. It's not a convention, and that tends to be where the money people, or the indies with money, tend to go to. I know Rhymes and Moose went to the Reboot Develop Red up in Banff, which is like a picturesque, God, it's like a picturesque castle chateau in Canada. But we could definitely stand to have more gaming events in more interesting places. Yeah, I've given up trying to explain to people in the US how long it takes to travel across the UK and why. I've just given up on it. I'm just gonna let them be like, you could just come, it's fine. You know, like, fine, go for it. I cannot wait to see you stuck behind a tractor for 6 hours. Because it's that thing where you try and explain to people, like, the logistics of driving around the UK, and they then tell you with absolute assurity how wrong you are. You know what? I've not got time to argue about it. Fine. Brilliant. You know? I've not been stuck in a fucking Happy Eater off the fucking M25. I don't know what it's like going up and down the spine of the bloody country. No! Yep, potholes. Rally course style back roads. Ah! I mean, really, I do think it would be fecking hilarious to watch, but I think... Didn't you and McGregor already do that on a motorbike? Well, Lyrus, you're based in the US, right? So, like, I wholeheartedly recommend, like... I mean, it's PAX West now, but PAX Prime to those in the know. Oh, okay, so Jane, like, thank you for coming by. Hopefully we get to chat and banter again. And have a lovely rest of your day, friend. Got all the cool people's coming and hanging out today. I need a lot more coffee. But yeah, so, Lyrus, like, PAX Prime is absolutely worth it. This year was real good in that it had that PAX vibe, and I think by next year we'll start seeing like a real return to conventions proper. I mean, I don't know about you lot, I'm still going to keep masking at conventions for a good long while because not getting sick is amazing. I don't mean like just not getting general con crud is so good. Oh shit, Kybal, I hope your dad's alright. Sorry, Vanderbilt saying they remember the train taking 8 hours from Oxford to Edinburgh. I mean, that's not... The train infrastructure in the UK is great, but the amount of times things get fucked up just due to people is quite high. Like, you can get from London to Brighton in like an hour and a half if everything's working. If. God, I do not miss commuting. Captain Steph, like, I would fucking love a Greg sausage roll right now. It's just one of those kind of days, you know? Just some good, wholesomeness. I will settle for some... I'll settle for some toast in a bit. Be great. Yeah, as Rilu says, you can do London to Birmingham in 90 minutes. Unless there's sheep on the tracks. Or leaves. or the wrong kind of snow. Sorry, because I don't know how many of you who came over from the dark room are from the UK. I don't want to kind of like, you know, repeat the same stuff we've all heard 1,000 times. But it's fucking hilarious that one year, because the snow was wrong, a bunch of British trains just set on fire because they just weren't equipped for it. Fucking brilliant. Oh yeah, that time the tracks were on fire, that was a good one. I don't know how to articulate the comfort food angle of a Greg sausage roll, but one day I will. One day I will. Megaboss is saying that the Dutch train system has a similar problem when the first leaves drop. Yep. Or what's brilliant is for anyone who's taken Southern Rail, sometimes the entire train system can just shit itself for no reason. It just doesn't. Like I said, I nearly saw a man die at Gatwick. Like, mob justice death. It was like hyper delays at Gatwick, which is already a hellscape. And the guy came down, and he was like, yeah, I know the board say there's going to be a train in 15 minutes. There's no trains for another hour. And I saw the crowd start to close in around him, and I thought he was going to get beaten to death. Like, you know how when you can just feel the energy in a room, or a platform? I thought I was going to see a man die that night. He survived, but no one came down to make announcements after that. Oh, Kaimos is having monthly strikes. Oh, good. Oh, no, really? I'm so sorry. I mean, we've all had it. You know, when the commuter train shows up and it's like 2 carriages instead of like 8. And it's like, well, fuck me, I guess. God. It's probably one of the reasons why I ended up spending so much money when I was at Improbable. Because I was commuting in and out of London when I was working at Improbable. I had initially planned to move back into central London because, you know, Improbable was paying me good. Glad I didn't do that. But I burnt through so much cash because I was buying books and graphic novels and comics to just keep myself from going insane on these long, maniacal commute runs. Where the thing is, all it would take is one little blip in the system to put everything off, and suddenly it's taking me 2 hours to get home. So I went through all of the BPRD series, that's when I got into the Wicked and the Divine. I was just like churning through anything that like Image Comics was putting out at the time, or Kieran Gillen was involved with, or Mike Magnolia. And because I was making bank and working in central London, I could read a bunch of stuff in the morning. And then once I got in, I could start, I could do the Amazon same-day order, and they'd be on my desk because I was ready to go home in the evenings, which was great. Oh, stammering, no! That's just a threat. That's just a threat. Oh, yeah. No thank you. Anyway, so, let's see. Oh! The other thing vaguely in video game news, the next blep of the adventure for Sea of Thieves has been revealed, of Herald of the Flame. So it looks like Stitch is back up to Stitcher Jim is back up to his nonsense. There is an event for the Gundam Halloween contest. So I guess, okay, to those of you who've just joined us, hello! We're doing a spooky Gundam building contest this month. Honestly, there's no real prizes, it's just for the fucking fun of it. The challenge is to make a spooky or Halloween themed Gundam build. So get a Gundam, paint it, customize it however you want, knit it a fancy little jumper. It's all up to you. And on the 22nd, we're going to be showing them off to a feckin' cool kid. Although all my spooky friends are busy this month. Contacted all of my witch friends, and they're all like, "Yeah, we're doing witchy shit this month. We can't judge a Gundam contest." And I'm like, "That's fair. I'm glad you got work, but you know, where do you get a witch at short notice? It's not fair." I am also taking part myself, but I'm not telling the the individual in question, who everyone is. Yeah, got Calcium Bonio hanging out. Before our money basically nosedived out, I found this little guy in Target. And usually I don't think to get Halloween decorations until well after, when they're like 70, 80 bucks. He was not 70 or 80 bucks. And faux golden, so a skeleton for all seasons. Oh, and Bus Driver, did I say hello? I hope I did. What else is going down? I think that's it to all new friendos that have come on in. As I was saying to these lovely Mother Hubbards, we're going to be playing a game called INFRA today. Initially, I wanted to do something sugary today. I was looking at potentially some AAA stuff that we could deconstruct, or something with more of a shooty gun bangism to it, but I was really struggling to find stuff. And INFRA's one I've been sitting on for a while. The reason I was hesitant to do... Well, now we're followed by the Ultimate Scrub Lords. Any other Scrub Lords from then, unfortunately, will be of lesser caliber. But one of the reasons I've been a bit hesitant to do INFRA is I've heard it's quite a long playthrough. And if we end up getting into it, then it'll be a thing we're playing for quite some time. Oh yeah, next week we're going to be doing the Strangelands. Actually, so here's the thing. Next week is all mapped out. I guess except for Thursday, because next week we got The Last Hero of Nostragaia, which is Stanley Parable Dark Souls. We got Strangeland on Tuesday, Sea of Thieves Friday, as is the custom, and then Spooky Gundams on Saturday. Oh, and Bacon, Gigi no Ri. Though this particular 5G upgrade has been kicking everybody's ass, so prepare for an evening of feeling like hammered boo. Plan your night accordingly. Whereas this week... Okay, so this week... We've got some interesting ones. So today we're playing INFRA. This is a non-horror survival-y game. You'll see what I mean when we get into it. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing a game called Unknown Number, which is a puzzle game with some weird elements to it, but it's entirely voice-controlled. I tested it out with streaming software and stuff, and it works. So, I'm always intrigued by games that do something different. And then Thursday, we're playing Californium. I keep coming back to it. I keep wanting to show you all that game. It's strange, it's weird, it's fascinating, and it's a really good example of what a small team can do with a limited budget in an interesting manner. Then Sea of Thieves, and Saturday, the Class of 2020 reunion. Our Dark Souls running of the numpties will continue on Saturday. I'm just kind of expecting the fact that we'll have more people either who have lost their characters or are playing catch-up. So I'll have to actually hold my own. Now, I don't feel too bad. I already finished Dark Souls 3 a gajillion years ago, and it was great. So I don't feel too bad about doing it as a group activity. Though we will have to decide, when the time comes to run through Elden Ring, we will have to decide how we go about that. Oh, shit, and very quickly... because it wouldn't be a morning if I wasn't shilling horrendously at you all. For those of you that have not played Vermintide, because we have Darktide coming out later in the year, Vermintide is currently in a monstrous bundle over on Humble for like 18 bucks. So if for some reason you have not smashed Rats in the Gabba, you can, at an affordable price. No, I really enjoyed Vermintide 2. And Fat Shark have always been real good to me. So, if I can help them out, then I'm fucking gonna. Yeah, so that's this week going. As I said... there's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. They haven't added me to the website yet, so I can't quite brag about it. But I'm going to be a judge for the Indie Cup Canada 2022. So that'll be fun. Gonna get to yell about some indie games and absolutely feckin' get started.
Williams, Twitch shill extraord. Smile.
Shit, yeah. Sorry, for those of you who have just found our little corner of the internet, a guy on Twitter got mad all up in my business because apparently I just shill people's games for money on Twitch. Now, this cracks me up because one, like, I've done my time in the games industry, like, I've been on the other side, and two, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, okay, the Humble Partner Link does make some money each month, and it does help keep us going, but it's by no means the biggest thing that, you know, it's by no means the biggest thing that pays the bills. But the reason why I love streaming so much is because I can basically support anybody's games. It doesn't matter how big or small the project is, it doesn't matter who's working on it or which team. I can run around and be like, check out this video game! Which was one of the things I couldn't do when I was working for a large company, because, like, if you want to start supporting other games, are they considered competitors? Are they a thing that we can talk about? Like, so. Oh yeah, Fearless, that old chestnut. I mean, that one usually applies more to...
And for those new to the channel, well, here is canon in the Sonic game universe.
Come, I'll tell you what, let us pretend that there is nothing interesting. There's nothing interesting about stuff and things. Let's... I have no interesting stories beyond being a person on this Twitch.television. I'm gonna save some stories for the future, right? But yeah, no, Fearless was talking about the moonlighting policy. That's one that happens in a lot of game studios. It's either called moonlighting or non-compete, but basically you can't make your own game on company time without approval. And supporting other games can sometimes be construed as moonlighting, where it gets messy. What most people do is they develop their video game quietly in their own time, tell no one, and then after they leave a company, then they suddenly start, like, setting up their own studio. There's no way for the previous company to prove anything, so they don't. Unless there's some obvious technology carryovers, then it gets fugly. God, there's one person who left Ubisoft who got caught up in the most brutal non-compete. Veganar says conflict of interest. So conflict of interest isn't one that tends to get thrown around in video games. Because again, this is one of those things where, well, they basically have the same impact. When talking about them in video game terms, we need to make sure we're using the right terms, because there's a difference between a non-compete and a conflict of interest. At least in the terms of the way it shakes down. Non-competes are very, very difficult to enforce, but they can lock you into a fecking hellscape. Non-competes are more common to be enforced at the, like, you know, middle to upper to CEO levels. And those are usually put in place to stop someone from basically just jumping ship and taking everything with them. Non-compete would be working on a competitor product within a certain amount of time, if I remember correctly, but it's different from conflict of interest is different from non-compete. And the thing is, I've been mostly in community and communication, so they put us on what's called garden leave. And that's about as far as it goes. Oh, for those of you who don't know, garden leave is when you hand in your resignation and you don't work. Okay, you're still employed by the company for the duration of your grace period. Is it called? Whatever. There's a clever term for the amount of time you have to keep working after you quit. However, because as a communications person you have access to front-facing comms and sensitive information, you're not allowed to come in the office. So you don't jack your contacts list or start posting dick butts all over social media. Notice period. Thank you, Vega. And so you basically get paid holiday for your entire notice period. It's fucking cool. I had it twice. It's great. You can't, and you legally can't work. Now, if during your gardening leave period you are found to be doing work for another company, then they'd sue the shit out of you. So you basically just get told either go on holiday or go sit in your pants for 3 weeks. Which sounds glorious. But that was a lifetime ago, friends. Sorry, I should say to those who came over from the dark room, like, what I do right here, this is my full-time gig. I do some consultancy, mostly unpaid, but a little bit of paid stuff. Like helping indie teams go to market or... Okay, in all fairness, the paid stuff is either people who need kind of like an entry into either game development or games marketing or community management stuff, who have a team but feel a little bit lost. And we get sponsored streams. Well, there haven't been any for like a few weeks, but we had a feckin' cool run with the Anacrusis, which I will happily shill for. If you didn't see the Anacrusis, it's a 70s retro future disco co-op shooter from one of the gentlemen who worked on Left 4 Dead. And they're doing a proper early access run of it. So throughout the summer, we got the squad together. Myself, Sage, Tobias, and Aperios. And we were the Anacrusis. Tobias made us the etched leather pins, which is where those fancy Mother Hubbards come from. Oh man, did we go through the whole album? No, almost. I'll put on some Everhood. And Lost Flowers, Watto and welcome. Chorner says, legal issues looking for a different employer while they're in the notice period. No more so than usual. Like... I'm sure there are some CEO level roles where it would be a breach of contract to start interviewing for other roles whilst you were still working. But for the most part, like, you are, at least in the games industry as I understand it, like, you're well within your rights to look for a different employer and interview for them. Like, alright, so Down Under Dwarf. Have a lovely rest of your day. Cheers to you, friends. Cheers to you. But yeah, sorry if I seem a little fried. There's been so much feckin' going on in the downtime. However, however, there have been some very, very good conversations. I sat down with Aperios yesterday and we worked out some stratagems, possibly for actually, like, making some steps towards Longship Studios. I haven't had a chance to enact any of them yet, and I don't want to have the conversation with you all right now. There's a lot of the Longshipian regulars who aren't in this morning, and I do want to get into some Vidya games. I don't know if you all have heard about Vidya games. but they are games, right? Like board games, but you can play them on your television set. But suffice to say, like, once I've got some sleep and some sanity in my system, we'll definitely be having a chat and a banter, friends. Well, so Neoshodo, I don't know what state it's going to take, but I do think it's something that we got to start following, you know? We are in a very unique position as a little corner of the internet, and while it's great helping people out, being able to like help out indie teams without charging them is fucking brilliant. Like, before my skill set and my contacts deteriorates beyond the point where it's useful, you know, we should consider creating something. We really should. And what form that takes is a discussion that we're having at the moment. So, yeah. Nothing to say right now, but I just wanted you all to know that it's... Oh, I don't know who that is. We're going to get the video game started in just a second. But yeah, I just wanted you all to know that, like, I have some serious thoughts going on. Now let's get this game set up. Hopefully it doesn't blow our feckin' eardrums out the back when we get this started, and then we can keep having a natter and a continue. So Lost Flowers says, well, what kind of relevant references and such would be useful if one were looking to apply for entry-level community management roles? If we're talking like CM in the... Oh, it's very dramatic. All right, so you want to apply for a community management role in the video game space. Well, it is certainly easier said than done. And community management as a craft... Let's get the master volume down. There we go. That should... There we go. That should be much better. Ugh. Sorry, friends. I don't know why the audio has just spiked. As we were talking about this at the beginning of the show, something has been going fucking screwy with my audio settings, which is why it was so quiet earlier today. Yeah, well, it did, which means that something else was fucking with my audio. I'll have to do a deep dive into that if I don't fucking kill myself before the end of it. I'm so sorry, friends. Let me just tweak it. And if you're wondering why it did that, is what's happening is that something is fucking with my my audio levels. So despite setting them to something very specific, they keep getting tweaked. And there are quite a few criminals that are known to do that. Discord is certainly one. But sometimes you'll get like stealth updates to things like the Xbox companion app that will suddenly take everything and go, "Brr!" How is it? Let me know if it is awful or terrible or bad. Because, as we all know, nobody wants to have their ears exploded off whilst we're playing some video games. Lizzie, I promise nothing. I reserve the right to leave this mortal coil at this point. It's my my last act of free will. He says, eating Drangos for breakfast. Are we good? Is the audio good? Is it bad? Is it terrible? I'm doing my best here. Okay, well, let's bring these in together. Well, I had the video game, God, and I've even brought the mic down by like 10 decibels. It's gonna be one of those days. Now, let's make sure it's looking good. Alright. Lovely. Lovely. That should be fine. We can tweak those if need be. Okay, friends. So, I say we get started with this in a second. But yeah. Yeah. Sorry, friends. Without further ado, I present to you INFRA. Short for infrastructure.
Oh, hey, Mark. Were you here all night? Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, boss.
Morning.
Good morning.
And sorry for the early meeting. I have a feeling we might have a long day ahead of us, so we better start early.
So which building did you accidentally demolish this time?
I'm not saying we'll be here all day, but some of the places you're about to survey are in exceptionally bad shape, so we might as well be prepared for the worst. Also, the maintenance reports we received from the municipality council yesterday seemed incomplete. So either those reports have gone missing, or there never was any maintenance done to begin with.
Huh, sounds great.
Exactly.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
And
Weapons
I want
online.
everyone
All
wearing
systems
their
nominal.
helmets today. That means you too, Mark. But
Clap,
enough
clap,
chit-chat for
clap
now.
your hand.
Mark,
What's up,
why don't
dog?
you go ahead
It's
and
time
start the
for something
presentation?
new.
You're
It's
better
time
with
to get
computers
funky.
anyway.
It's the cha-cha slide.
I'm just sorry. Good morning, Watto, and welcome. Thank you for a full-on 48 months. Hello, hello.
Mark? All right. A quick recap of the situation. As you all should know, following the corruption scandal last year and with the upcoming local council elections, there have been some changes in the maintenance services of the Stalberg region. It was decided that all key infrastructure, including power plants and water systems, will now be maintained by us.
Do we really need to hear all this again?
Well, not really. I just thought it would be a good idea to jog your memory a bit, you know? Anyway, like I said earlier, there were some missing details about the state of these buildings. That's why you'll be having a field day today, surveying these places. I'm sure we'll run into something that is in need of urgent maintenance.
If those bridges crossing the Plowedge River are any indication, I expect to see some pretty nasty stuff.
I hope not. The city council doesn't have much money to spare.
Typical.
Anyway, next slide, please.
Honestly, I'm tempted to just sit here and not change the slide. Have a little play around on my phone.
Mark?
Sorry, let me get back to you in just a second there. Okay. Just having a little, let's see what,
Feeling sleepy, Mark?
let's see what the,
Time to wake up and start the presentation.
I'm gonna wake up and start these nuts!
Mark?
Alright,
I
alright.
know you hate early mornings, but seriously, we have work to do. So, as discussed earlier, you've all been assigned specific locations today.
Oh, that's not good.
Steve, you'll be taking the Plow Wedge River facilities.
Right.
Carla and Amit, you'll get to visit the Two Gorges Dam. The view from the top is supposed to be pretty spectacular, so the gig isn't without its
Sadly, I
benefits.
can't switch the slide back, so I really wish I could.
Looks like I get to visit the dam too.
That's right. You will take care of the Hammer Valley Dam and its surroundings. Oh, and there are a lot of tunnels there, so don't forget to bring your flashlight.
Sounds like a great way to spend a sunny day.
All right, final slide.
No final slide for you. None. No slide. Ozzy, I'm doing my best here, friend. I'm doing my best.
Mark?
Yeah, this is gonna be one of those days. Friends, let no one tell you that streaming is not a real job. And again, I do not know why everything has gone suddenly so hot. I'm trying to fix it.
Feeling sleepy, Mark? Time to wake up and start the presentation. Oh, very funny, Mark. Next slide. All right, that would be the gist of it. Mark, you can go ahead. Get your gear from upstairs, and you can leave when you're ready. I still have a few things to go over with Steve, Carla, and Amit.
Oh wow, we are weird and tall, but okay. Oh! Alright, apparently this place is designed to look like a game studio. What up, nerd? Dun 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 dun. Alright, so here's an idea. Let's ignore the game completely and just make some coffee. The world's strongest beer. It is 1:45 on a... It is 1:45 on a Tuesday afternoon, and I'm going to get riggedy wrecked. Annual meeting the office Thursday. Ooh, in the Osmo Hill Bar. The meeting place of Strasbourg. Nice! Catastros, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, and thank you for putting up with issues and nonsense. I'm gonna go cause mischief on purpose. Hey! Hey! Dude with the bear! Go open the door! Open the door! I want to mess with you! I want Also, the photocopier instead of Canon is cannot. I appreciate this already. Hey buddy! Hey buddy! Hey pal! The door's not opening! I can't seem to... I can't come in and... Oh, I can zoom in on your face! Shenanigans. Alright. So there's that world's strongest beer. You know what you need! Apparently, you need to get riggedy shit-faced on a Tuesday. Biggs is saying this is a bit too real for you. Hey, everybody gets their turn. Eventually, there will be one video game of every profession that's just painfully too real. Viewports 8. Just gonna mess with everyone's desk. So stammering, that isn't Mark Zuckerberg over there, but it did come from the same facility. Big fish. Friends, I don't know what to tell you, but I think Barry the Big Fish might not be okay. Someone's stashing beers in with Barry. That's not good. Big saying, if there's ever technical writing here, I'll wreck that. What are you doing, Linda? Linda, what are you doing?
You look like you could use some sleep.
Fuck off. You're playing a screensaver. Getting yelled at by NPCs. I know! Oh, wait, we could have opened the door? Shenanigans. And someone's clearly chucked a bunch of papers around. Bunch of filthy animals in this place, I tell you.
I really should fix the road surface on the northbound highway. It's in awful condition.
You mean the M3?
Yeah. Guess I won't be coming to work. It feels like my car can't take much more.
Why not use the public transport?
You live right next to a train station anyway, and there's a metro station south of the office.
Have you seen the tunnels? I wouldn't take the metro even if you paid me to.
Actually, the company will pay half of the regional ticket for you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, saves you a fair bit of money in the long run.
I'm thinking about selling my car for good.
I still don't trust the condition of the metro tunnels.
Oh, come on. What's gonna happen? It's not like the tunnels are going to suddenly collapse.
Foreshadowing. So Martin's like, what kind of corporate propaganda is this? Well, as I said, this is a very curious game, to say the least. One of the reasons why I wanted to show you all this title is because it uses a lot of like first-person narrative tools in a manner that would usually be reserved for a more traditional horror-style game, but doesn't go full horror. Alright, I'm not allowed out that way. And you can see the amount of detail and care that's put into this. Like, Dan, while you were on vacation, we built a box fort. Hope you like it. There's a lot of care and detail put into these little additions. And usually we wouldn't see this much attention placed on something that wasn't like the precursor to a AAA pile of nonsense. Get fucked, Dan, you and your vacation. 750 years of technology, of progress, of industrialness. Oh, I gotta take the stairs. Stairs are for nerds. Alright, but we do have to get up to get down. This has been well documented. Ah, the old fire hazard McBlocker. Ooh. So this is set somewhere in August. There's that teddy bear again. He knows all. Oh, cool. Up on the roof. Have we got access to go? Yeah. Access for the upstairs barbecue and shower area. Shit! And sauna? You kidding me? Friends, I know we're supposed to be playing a video game here, but I think I'm just gonna... Oh, Valiant Steed. I don't think I... Oh, I do have a jump button. Do-do-do-do, ba-do-do-do, ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, shit!
You live right next to a train station anyway, and there's a metro station south of the office.
Ah!
You seen the tunnels?
So friends, we just unlocked the achievement, a bad case of the Mondays.
Really?
Looks like someone's got a bad case of the Mondays.
I'm thinking about
I'm
selling
taking
my
every
car for
lift.
good.
I still don't trust the condition of the metro tunnels.
And Valiant Steed, whoa and welcome. Hello, hello. Coco Zip. Sauna on every floor. Oh, it's like the fancy downstairs to the sauna. But no, like, the amount of attention to detail in this early area is fascinating. Now, we've talked about this a lot with, especially with... Wow, I need more coffee. Cyberpunk! God. We talked about a lot of this with Cyberpunk and the economy of work. I mean, as you all know, Cyberpunk was a very troubled development with a lot of crunch. And if you play through that game, you can see that there was a lot of want to say, like, unnecessary bloat. One of the big parts of unnecessary bloat is some of the early sections that don't really do much to serve a purpose or a function. Aside from a handful of dialogue tree options, like... Wait. Aside from dialogue tree options, like, the 3 different starting areas for Cyberpunk don't really do anything. As opposed to things like Disco Elysium's opening, where you try and take your tie off the feckin' fan and you might die of a heart attack. So why does this make sense? Well, the thing is, this game is trying to take time to put us into the space. I accidentally broke the glass. Don't touch it, Carl. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to touch it. Sorry, it had like an interact button. I was like, I wonder what happens if I start poking shit. Sorry. But this kind of game is very much a narrative first, right? There is going to be exploration. There will be puzzles to solve. You know, we'll use varying little pieces of... MacGuffin to solve problems as we go through tunnels later on. What this is doing right now is grounding us as the character without kind of force-feeding us... without force-feeding us, like, too much in the way of, like, cutscenes or otherwise. This right here gets us into that slow, methodical, like, oh boy, sure is just another slow day at work. Can't wait to skive off in the toilets. In a weird way, it reminds me very much of the Black Mesa transit system, which does a great job of grounding you as Gordon Freeman before you pick up that gun, before that crowbar. A lot of times people... Oh yeah, Valiant Steed, the satirical items are brilliant. I already found the cannot, and I keep looking for more. Know what you need! It's a beer. It's beer. You need more beer. When in doubt, just call me Mark. What else have we got? Latte master. That's pretty sensible. Yeah. I fucking left their plate. God, it's like living with teenagers. Nobody cleans up after themselves. Good. But joking aside, it is doing that. It is doing that thing that OG Half-Life did very well, which is using the mundane to ground us in the space to then make the more over-the-top elements have more weight to them. You know, we talk a lot about Half-Life, you know, being one of the great seminal works, but one of the things that it did was take time to give us a character before it gave us a gun. Now, this isn't a combat game, but it is taking a lot of time out of its introduction to get us grounded in the world before letting us loose. Oh, Valiant Seeds, as it says, as a Finnish person, the Latte Master exists as a Coffee Master IRL. Love it. Also, lovely to make your acquaintance. To Valiant Steed, if we haven't met, my name is Will. I worked in the games industry for a very long time. And now I talk about video games, because apparently the Longship are fine putting up with me and my nonsense. And today I will be stealing everyone's lift, so they have to take the stairs. And there we go. And Dustin, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Now, Solaris, you're right. It is disappointing you can't pour a cup of coffee and walk around, but it's, I mean, again, it's kind of like the economy of, all right, now, I don't want to go back home to eat. Fuck. Again, it's kind of like the economy of art. Like, anything that you're physically holding is going to add a lot more animation time. I'm frankly impressed how much detail and effect they've spent on getting all this to look fancy. Like, it's really cool. Yeah, we're taking the stairs. Valiant was saying that INFRA is possibly their favorite non-combat game. Way cool. God. It's hard to pick a favorite, like, non-conflict, non-combat game.
Crap. Just when I wanted to do some cardio. Guess I'll have to take the elevator.
I tried, and it kept taking me upstairs! I did this to them. God. It's hard to pick a favorite, because, like, non-combat's by no means, like, a defined genre, as you well know. Because then you've got things like Stanley Parable, and after playing through the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it's like, feckin' yo, a Power Wash Sim is a great non-combat game. East Shade is definitely one that keeps... East Shade is definitely one that keeps popping up in my mind, though, you know? No! Okay, I guess whatever we've got to do is up in 8. Lord Lost and Found. What, ho and welcome. Hello, hello. God, where was I? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there completely. Oh, yes. East Shade's definitely one of my favorites because it's a incredibly peaceful... Okay, maybe I've explored all I need to in my head back. It's an incredibly peaceful photography type experience that really does extend in some fascinating ways. This is what I get for Super Faff. Some of the keycard readers are acting up again. Use the side door closest to the main atrium. Alright. Yeah, Dustin, Maze was a good Well, okay. I try and use the term non-conflict rather than non-combat. Because you can have a game that does not depict violence that can be very stressful in terms of conflict. We talked about this one... We talked about this one a lot when we were discussing Ooblets. Because Ooblets gets a lot of...
Did you send me that report yet?
Ooblets gets discussed a lot when it comes to non-conflict games, but it does actually have conflict. It's just... It has mechanical conflict through these dance battles, rather than... I guess whatever we've got to do is up in 8. Sorry, it has a disambiguation of conflict. Like, you still have two creatures battle. It's just they do battle through like dance moves and back and forths as a disambiguation rather than directly biting each other like in Pokemans. Dustin says, a one-hand clapping and Wondersung non-conflict. Ooh. See, we're getting into the arty-farties of this right now. Okay, the urinals are talking to me. I don't exist! Yeah, I guess is a rhythm game a non-conflict title? I mean, those titles do put you in a situation where you have to where you are challenged, certainly, and there is a thing to overcome. The engineer solves your problems. No bullshit coming. January 15th. Dun 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 dun.
Incessant clicking.
Oh, and J-Post, thank you for gifting a sub to XO. That's fucking cool of you. Once I've got a bit more coffee in my system and a bit more of a whereabouts of stuff and things, we may have worked out how House Carl can basically take over the world, but we'll be getting to that not today. Office Master. Yeah, so Mega Boss, that's where it becomes interesting. So like Minesweeper is a challenge. There is a fail state. It does not contain direct conflict because it's closer to kind of like a solitaire type puzzle, but it does have... Oh, here we go. So this is our cool little office and stuff. Alright, to-do list. Sort out the maintenance reports, read through the maintenance reports, write the maintenance reports. They're all just full of shit. Alright, here's the solving model. Does it work? Yes, no. Yes, don't fuck with it. No, did you fuck with it? If yes, idiot. Are you in the shit, you poor bastard? Oh yes, well Salem was saying, alright, so with Minesweeper, someone is trying to blow you up with mines. I always assumed that you were like, I don't know, you were the person off-site and that somebody else gets exploded if you get it wrong. Now, Immortal End, Disco Elysium is definitely, it's a heavy conflict game. Like, even the things that aren't directly involved in, like, violence do end up being elements of conflict. You roll against challenges. You know, do you succeed or do you fail? You know, I was joking about it earlier, but you have the whole scene where you have to take your tie off the ceiling. You can fail that roll and die. Oh, hi, Mark. Before you go, please take your flashlight, your camera, your helmet. Last time you didn't. And the keys from reception. Sign the boss. P.S. Left company car. The keys below. Get new markers, these suck. That's me phone. I already have my phone. Yeah. Well, so, Salem, this is one of the reasons why I love this conversation, is because if you want to be arty-farty about it...
Okay, that's everything. Now, to grab the master keys from the reception.
Alright. Oh shit, lost my train of thought. God darn it! Note to self, get a lot more coffee. It's one of those things that you can be very arty-farty about it. You can discuss whether something is a conflict game or not, or whether the mechanics are in themselves conflict. Are you going up against a challenge? Is there a force acting against you mechanically? So even if everything is all like la 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 la, if there's still an opposing force working to create a fail state for you, then there's conflict. Do you know what I mean? You can still lose a nerf battle. RTS games, I mean, are for the most part inherently a conflict. See, I knew you were gonna bring up Lemmings. Lemmings is the categorical bastard. Sorry, and what I mean by that is Lemmings a puzzle game? Is it a conflict game? Is it an RTS? Is it a strategy game? What is it? I don't know anymore. Yeah, well, Lost Flowers, who are we in Minesweeper? Are we somebody guiding, like, mine teams using, like, maps and data? Because that's what it feels like. As a slight slide note, which is kind of like a side note, but with, like, a smooth maneuver. There is an RTS game called, I believe it's like Radio General, where you have to take different radio reports from troops fighting to then guide your armies through an RTS-like experience, which I think is fascinating. Yeah, it's a side note in the Trombone Champion universe. Right you are, Sid. Right you are. Excuse me. The more lenses, there's conflict in whether or not you blow up your lemmings or not. The thing is, Lemmings has more in common with... Oh.
What the hell? Looks like someone forgot to pay the electricity bill.
Ah, here we go. The hero's journey begins not with a single step, but with a single crouch. There we go.
I guess I'll have to take the stairs.
Sounds good. Thing look like a fucking death trap anyway. Yeah, sorry. Lemmings has more in common with Zachtronics games than anything else. It's essentially a puzzle game in the guise of like pseudo-programming than anything else. I see you, Schmick. I see you! And Morlen, why jump into the food court when we can walk? I see you. Alright, well, let's see what they got food-wise. If you want me to pick you up something. What have we got? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, man, the lunches aren't out! Fuck! That's it. I'm uninstalling this game. No lunches. Let's see if we can get some soda. It's not even turned on! Although I do like these. We've got Mocha-Cola Classic with light, Spurt, Fail, Iced Tea, I guess, and Pexky Max. I feckin' love it. The detail on this is feckin' brilliant, and I'm genuinely impressed by the amount of care and attention that's gone into this. No one's even started making lunch! It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon! I'm hungry! The fuck? Wait, did I miss lunch? Am I the problem? Shit, I think the problem is me. Okay, well, Valiant Steed says that it's NGC accidentally orders wrong building destroyed. Whoops explosion!
Intriguing.
Oh! Okay. That sounded important. Hmm. Oh, there's a clock on the wall in the kitchen. Okay. So I didn't miss lunch. Alright. I feel better. Thank you. It's always sad rolling into the kitchen and finding out there's no food. Right. Onward. Authorized personnel only. It's plastic. I can go through there. What are we talking about? Oh, I just wanted to go just one more time highlight the fact that the amount of attention to detail that's being paid in this intro is above and beyond what I would expect from a title like this, and is doing a great job of setting the pace and the grounding. Usually, kind of your point and clicks and great. It's a shifty outdoor area. Brilliant. Let's have a look. Sorry, I'm reminded of there was a PS1/PC point and click game from 1,000 years ago, which was called, I want to say, it was the Necronomicon. Loosely, one of those kind of like loosely based on Lovecraftian works. And I remember it being a fascinating game for just how glacial the pacing of it was. Oh, we found someone's secret stash! And what I realized is that they were using that pacing to such great effect when it came to evoking the feel of that kind of slow creeping psychological horror. Whereas this is trying to do a good job of like dunking us in a very mundane environment before it gets us into the interesting or the surreal, you know? Here we go. So we've got to get the keys from reception, and then we are good. Doesn't have me checking every feckin' switch, though. God. Okay, friends. Question. worst introduction to a video game. And not mechanically, so not one that is just broken because it was unfinished or the devs weren't able to make it through the thing, but just the one that jumps to mind. For me, I think Haze might be one of the worst introductions to a video game, because they say the quiet part loud to your face before you even get a chance to play the game. So you have these two Ura Marines tell you how much they love drugs and drugs are great. Drugs make killing people really cool. There's no downside to drugs. Man, did you hear about Jenkins? He stopped doing drugs. Man, who'd stop doing drugs? Drugs are great.
Feeling all right there, Mark?
You look like you watched the Great British Bake Off with no pants on. You once peeled an avocado with a potato peeler, didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you? Answer me. Answer me. Answer me. I'm down here now. Answer me. You once ate a moth just to see how it felt. I'm on to you. I'm on to you.
I'm a terrible employee. Why would anyone hire me? So Lost Flowers is saying Fallout 3. I mean, there's a few for Skyrim. Skyrim's not great. It takes control away from you, and it sets a level of threat that isn't balanced out by the rest of the game. I would disagree with with Fallout 3 being bad. It doesn't hit great, but of all the games that try and do the whole you're a kid growing up in the space, like it goes for that. Now,
seriously,
Morning,
what's up
Mark.
with these damn
You have a letter from the city authority.
Oh,
It's on the
lovely.
counter. Don't worry, it's not a parking ticket. Looks like it's just some keys.
Thanks.
Have a nice day.
oh,
You too.
What's the point of locking people inside the elevator?
oh, okay, Dig Scullery. You know what? Far Cry 2's is a great example of a terrible intro because it disempowers you.
Power outages lately. Sometimes it feels
It
like
disempowers
we're
you
third
in the
world
wrong
country or
way
something.
and takes so much agency away from you, and then slam dunks you with a bunch of problems.
Yeah.
Guys, don't get sidetracked. We are talking about elevators here.
Okay, so Alistair, IT help. If we're not here, consider the following. Is the power cable really plugged in? Wow. I think everyone's going to be feeling that one for a while. Right. Let's go pour soda in the servers. And ah, god darn it! I just lost the game. God darn it! It's gone. There's like getting rickrolled. But what I will say is that considering the environment we're in, like I've done that to people in an actual office environment. Alright. Oh, okay, so if we'd come down via the stairs, this is where we would have ended up. Alright. Bismarck, if you didn't see and you didn't hear, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Now, where did he say our car was parked?
What's up with the doors?
Looks like they're on the fritz again. I'll get someone from maintenance to take a look. Didn't you leave your car in the parking garage downstairs anyway?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm just trying to explore. Now, Dustin, I do agree with you that the introduction to Let It Die is not good. If you don't have someone to actually like take you through it, it can feel the forced loss feels weird. It doesn't always translate, you know. Here's me checking every door. You can take the person out of Deus Ex, but you can't take the Deus Ex out of the person. Oh, excuse me. God, I'm trying to think of some other ones that just do not feckin' land. And it's interesting when you start thinking about them. Now, sometimes this can happen because, like, the introduction to the game and where that starts can wildly change throughout development, but you still need to do all of the tutorialization.
Now, where is the car?
Especially if your game's going to be Do we have a way to access our inventory? I think so. Alright.
There it is.
Alright. Well, that's what I was going to try for. A lot of the time, video game introductions and tutorials have to hit a certain number of buttons. That is to say, they have to teach you how to play the game to a degree, and they have to give you enough mechanical context to enjoy the experience. Or at least that's the traditional one. When you're doing indie games, you have a little bit more freedom because you don't have to have anything that adheres to console, whatchamacallit.
And it's a beautiful day in Salberg today, with a little over 18 degrees Celsius and slight overcast.
God darn it, what was it? It's not compat, it's feckin' compliance? Wow, okay, apparently, friends, when we get to the 2-hour mark, I'm going to make myself another cup of tea or a coffee or something, because I can't remember shit about shit today. But anyway, sorry, the reason why I wanted to bring up some of the bad introductions is because so far this is doing a great job. I understand the world, the pacing has been done really, really well. And whatever happens from here, no matter how strange or weird it gets, or surreal, or what have you, like... Oh, excuse me, I got a call coming in.
I'm finally here. The traffic was horrible. Any last-minute tips before I start surveying this place?
You know the drill. Take pictures of everything that's broken. Also, if you come across any technical documents or other documents of interest, take pictures of them. It'll help our cause.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Well, so Dustin, Firewatch is a fucking great example. Oh yeah, it's Pokemon Snap time, let's go! You'll want some underbridge cigarettes? I got the good shoe. Alright. Alright, so that's my flashlight. Alright. Focusing during going to camera sheet. Alright. So that'll change when there's something that's worth looking at. Alright. Alright, that feels like the way we need to go. So let's go have a look at the stuff and things.
Tell me about it.
Stalberg is like this bridge. Old, crumbling, and full of alcoholics. Sorry, but Firewatch is a great, great example of an introduction. It gives you the emotional grounding you need to be in the space with just text and a little bit of dialogue. Oh. Shit is busted. If that counts. Valiant Seed says, enjoy your stay in the not finished countryside. Yeah. Okay, well, actually, Valiant, how authentic is this? Because we played a big swath of Generation Zero, which was by no means correct, but definitely authentic.
Alright. First inspection target. An old power plant that I already forgot the name of.
Alright.
Let's see how this place is doing.
So we're going to come back to there. I want to check out under the bridge. But yeah, we played Generation Zero a while back, and that one, while not being accurate, was very authentic, which I thought was fascinating. And I am still mad about Watch Dogs Legion and how they did London. How they tried to be accurate, but only to an extent. And they tried to be authentic, but only to an extent. And it kind of felt like they failed at both. Oh, of course, the underbridge was the secret. This game's fucking gorgeous, though, I'll say that.
This shouldn't have been off.
That seems fine. Dustin says, I know Control qualifies, but did OG Alan Wake or Quantum Break? God, can anyone remember Alan Wake's opening? God, I might need to do a replay of it. In fairness, I've been very, very hard on Alan Wake over the years because it narratively follows a lot of beats that Twin Peaks lays out. And thinking back on it now, I don't remember the opening of it. So Stammering says Alan Wake was a... I don't vote your wife yet. Oh, and Valiant, the clip that J-Post is sharing, that was me losing my hecking mind. Because in Watch Dogs, they have a semi-authentic London. And London's probably the place where I've lived the longest. They had a semi-authentic London that just feckin' disappears. Like, sorry, just disappears. They're just missing whole swaths. Huntsback says Alan Wake seemed like a sleeper hit. I mean, it sold great. But it was one of those games that kind of launched at the right time. You know, plus it's by the same people that did... Weird pain in my chest. Holiday, here I come. Heart acting up again. No, I visited the shithole on a date. Actually looks kind of sad. Goddamn heart. At least this place is intact. That's not good. Parkour!
Fascinating.
Ah, okay, so we don't just auto-take documents with us. We have to, like, record them. Alright. I'm down for this. Oh, Valiant says that they played Watch Dogs 3 while it's fun. Didn't like it enough to play through it. Kind of same.
Bolt cutters.
Always
Might
useful.
come in handy. A pack of spare batteries for the flashlight.
Woohoo! So it's interesting. It is giving us some, like, resource-type management. Fascinating. Something you only usually see in, like, horror games and stuff.
A pack of spare batteries for the camera.
Love it. Spare resources. We love to see it. This seems fine. So Jackie, by my understanding, this is not a horror game. It has some survival elements in it. It has some...
Someone should get that fixed.
It has some survival elements in it. It has some resource management and some puzzle solving under stress. But to my knowledge, this is not a game that goes ooka booka booka. I'd love a reason to play through Alan Wake again, though. I mean, we could just wait for the remaster like everybody else, or we could do a run of it soon. I guess that's up to us. Oh, sorry, and jumping back in. So Valiant Steel was saying that, for the most part, this game is pretty much grounded in reality, if overdrawn. And some of the puzzles aren't realistic. It's modelled after the Helsinki area, but the country is called Stoland, and the city is Stolberg. Yeah, usually to avoid having to pay anybody any licensing fees or for local governments to get RC. Although, when you're doing games like this, you can usually get some pretty sweet grants from governments if they have it. Especially if it's set and based in a local area. But those grants take a long time to get, so... Ozzy's like, do you need a reason to play Alan Wake again? I mean, I try and think of you lot. I don't want to play games that you all are going to be like, ugh, can't believe Will's doing a 17-part. That's bad!
It's not good.
We're in agreement. Meanwhile, in Doom. What was I saying? Oh yeah, no, I mean, Ozzy, it's more like what you lot wanna like watch and get involved with, you know? When it comes to especially like long play games and stuff like that, I try and choose things that I think you'll all find interesting. And if everybody hates it, then we just kind of... Three little gnomes doing weird gnome shit. Oh,
that makes 2 packs of spares for the flashlight.
Nice. So Valiant Seeds, the game's inception was the project lead saw a documentary about the US called The Decay of America in 2013. Fascinating.
That makes 2 packs of spares for the camera.
Alright, dear Tom, I know about the hydropower company's sudden bankruptcy, but we've seen Alex Hartman occasionally going through the power plot. Oh, excuse me. For the log payments, I'm still waiting for the funding from our client. I'm exploring to receive funding this week. You receive your share of the cash then. Sincerely, Matt. Reply to this soon. Demand payment. Get envelopes. Matt, do you know why the dam has stopped passing out our own logs to the chute? It's been working since last week. Yada, yada. Yesterday, tried pushing the logs into the log tunnel. Any idea what's going over there? Still need to receive money. Alright. Do.
A local logging company. Looks like they went out of business. Logging zones in red. Looks like the work was cut short.
Interesting. God, and once again, I have lost my train of thought. But I love that as being the starting point for a project title, is like those lost places. We've had a couple of games that have maybe tried, but we don't get that many that really do the whole, like... Oh, there we go. The whole urban exploration thing. Where there's usually a lot to be had, a lot to be done. So Stammering says, opposite end of your question. What is the best opening? Oh, shit. All right. I'm going to wizard veto any of the Half-Lives. Because both Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 were just masterclasses in how to start a game. Okay, it's a gauche one. And, you know, I'll probably end up wizard vetoing it. I do think that Breath of the Wild absolutely deserved all of the credit it got for how it did its introduction. Of creating a teeny tiny open world to explore before giving you a huge open world. As opposed to a lot of other titles which in the past have done that thing where... they give you a linear mission and then a whole ass open world. Lost Flowers Control's introduction is just superb. Again, you don't need me to tell you. God. Right, Jackie, no irony, I will agree that Wrath of the Lich King's opening was so good. Alright, this feels like the way I'm supposed to go. Alright. Let's go explore what's over there. God, this game's pretty. You know what? This was a feckin' great idea for a game today. Friends, I hope you're all enjoying this, because this is very much what I could get stuck into today, you know? Are we supposed to go up there? Looks like there's a little login building. I can't quite get up there. Okay. I also enjoy the fact in this currently I can't tell directly where we do or do not need to go. which is really fascinating for a game like this, because you can usually get a good sense of it. But yeah, so Stammering was saying that Metro Exodus is up there. Had the mandatory hand-holding, but a bit of freedom. No disagreement. So Mega Boss, I mean, this is where we get kind of into the arty-farty. Does Dark Souls count? All of the Soulsian games have done something slightly different when it comes to... Don't worry, Duck! I'll save you! Don't worry, friends, I saved the duck. The Soulsian games tend to just create like a teeny tiny little challenge zone and kind of smash you with it till you keep going. Dark Souls 3 is definitely the worst. I mean, and you know I love that game, but Crotch Smasher Gundyr is not your friend, and he is not trying to help. And he does just want to kill you in the face until you either beat him or give up. Going for a run in the woods. This is probably massively unhealthy. Ehrman was just pointing out Final Fantasy VI. You know what? I did thoroughly enjoy that. And they took that philosophy through to Final Fantasy VII really well. Oh. Got a strange little house. I wonder if I can get in. Going through batteries like popcorn. A strange little cabin. Outdoor pooping stations and everything. Very curious. I'm just, as I said, I'm racking my brain for a few other good bangers.
That's 3 packs of camera batteries.
Alright, so he'll manually swap them out. Alright. I would disagree with Diablo 3 having a good introduction. Having gone back and replayed it, I don't like how everyone spends the entirety of the beginning pretending like Diablo's not coming back. Like, the game's called Diablo 3. We know. Oh, Stammering Gamer, Kona is a very good shout. Ride. Okay. Y to reload.
Hammer Valley Dam. I hope that at least this place is in a better condition.
Sorry, thank you for the 100 bits. Sarah is pointing out Simon the Sorcerer's opening. God. Gotta get Ben on the line to talk about that at some point. I do believe Ben is currently the Simon the Sorcerer World Champion. Sorry, Simon the Sorcerer... Anything in here that needs fixing? Okay, joking aside, Doom 2016's introduction is exactly what it needs to be. I don't know if I could call it one of the greats, but it sets the tone so perfectly for the rest of the game, which is no fuss, no muss. This is not a, shades of grey dialogue of villain. Nah, you are the Doomslayer. Your job is to kill demons. You will kill them super dead. This is not good. Alright, so we're going to go find the rest of the pieces to get everything going. And we found the other one upstairs, so go us. Well, yeah, so I'm not trying to logic trap anybody in this one. Like, a great introduction does everything it needs to do. Doom 2016 is a great example of you don't have to have long exposition with additional elements and beats going on. You know, not everything has to start like Firewatch, right? But if an introduction does everything it needs to just right, that's fucking cool.
That should do it.
That seems safe and fine. We're going down into the dam, which is a stupid idea, but we're going to do it anyway. Alright. Are these technical specs, right?
Only 2 packs left.
But yeah, sorry. A great introduction to a game can be doing exactly what it needs to do, and like, no fucking more. In fact, most of the time when we talk about introductions to games that are trash, it's because they go on for far too long in ways that no one really wants. I mean, see, Megaboss, Transistor's opening is exactly what it needs to be. And the amount of time spent faffing about is minimal. I don't know if I mentioned what Jackie was saying about the new Wolfenstein games and how they do their openings, but yeah, those have been exceptionally brutal and have set the tone very well. I guess what I'm trying to say is that this game does such a good job of setting the pace.
It's me. I just came from the old power plant. I don't think anyone's been there for years. One of the generators was broken. Anyway, after I am down at the dam, I'm heading to survey the Bergman tunnels. Could you have someone pick up my car?
I'll take care of it. Keep me posted.
Well, so Stammering Gamer, the thing I would ask you is with Hades, when does it start?
Shit!
Oh, fuck sticks. Okay, we're cool. Yeah, with Hades, like, when does the introduction begin? Like, how does it all come together? The door's going to be open when the power is on. Check the main switches downstairs. Alright, so we can open that door and that door, but for the rest we've got to get the power on. Alright. Sorry. But yeah, so with Hades, the whole point of Hades is the cycle of struggle. Try, fail, try, fail. It's the story of Zagreus not giving up on his one goal. And everything that comes from that. So you are thrown in immediately. Hollow Knight is a very, very good Metroidvania, and how it introduces you to the world is as good as those do. It is not spectacular, and it does leave a lot for the player to work out. I don't know if you've watched like a new player kind of coming up against Hollow Knight, but it's not an easy adventure for them. Not dissing or anything, you know. I mean, I have that game tattooed on my flesh. As a game that I find it fascinating. See, now, here's the thing with Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2's introduction, you come back from the dead, you surprise everybody, you're working for a guy who's clearly shifty as. it's the middle part of a trilogy. Oh, Vulture Pony, Watto, and welcome. It's the middle part of a trilogy, and its introduction is very as you were. It does a good job of resetting power levels and getting people back to the point where they can...
The dam's in even worse condition than I thought.
That's a big, bloody, great big crack. And sorry, I hope you don't think, friends, that I'm dissing on any of these. Like, the introduction doesn't mean the be-all and end-all. You know, Mass Effect's intro does exactly what it needs to. It resets the power level, it gets all the players in the same space, and sets the stakes like Sans Act 1. And it does it really, really feckin' well. But I don't know if I could describe it as one of, like, the great introductions, you know what I mean? I couldn't even tell you what the introduction to Mass Effect 3 was. Now think about it. Yeah, this game's done a very good job of pacing us up. So with Mega Boss, I haven't had the chance to play through Splatoon 3, so I haven't had the chance to experience the introduction, so I'll take your word for it. I just didn't want to pretend like I was speaking with grand authority there. Oh, that's not good.
Someone will need to call them later.
I'm trying to think of some of the other, like, the greats, you know what I mean? Alright, so somehow we've got to get the power back on. I guess we've got to find one of them MacGuffins to lock into the other thing. That'd be great. Oh, yes. Reapers attack Earth, you escape and go to Mars. And then you spend 100 hours faffing about, apparently, whilst everyone fights for their life in London. While I'm out probing Uranus. Okay, so stop and think, like, what are some of the genuinely great introductions? Because I love the Mega Man Battle Network series, but very few of them have a good, strong intro. And a lot of people definitely ricocheted off of the early ones because the introductions were stodgy and weird. And, hey! Eagle Lives is incapable of thinking, but are you incapable of having a happy birthday? Boosh. Nailed it. I took it and I spun it back round on you. How are you doing, mate? We're playing a slow form puzzly game that's really feckin' good. How are you? Just trying to find a feckin' switch or something. I'd say Devil May Cry 3 had a great introduction because it did a really good job of telling you what kind of fun nonsense you were going to be able to do. Alright, so we've got half the power on, but don't have the power on the turbines. Alright. Now there we go, that'll help. Well, see, Mega Boss, that's why these conversations are really interesting to stop and think about, like, what are the games that really had great introductions. Because you can have a brilliant game that has a shite intro. The two are definitely not mutually exclusive. Aww. Okay. So Eagle Lives is having a nice chill day. That sounds lovely. a very low energy birthday. But so I take it Saturday's going to be the proper party. Lost Flowers. The Monster Hunter games have always been pretty trash when it comes to introductions. Narratively, sometimes they're fun, but one of the big hurdles for new players to overcome when getting into any of the Monster Hunter games is those first few missions. Now, was it Dragon Age 2 that had you in a basically telling your story of a combat encounter? Hang on, sorry. Link the lock of this door with the main fuse of the lab. This will be fixed soon. So that either means we need to fix something in the laboratory or we need to turn off the laboratory. Okay. Because what I would say is that what Mass Effect 2 managed... what Dragon Age 2 managed to do with such a teeny tiny budget for an introduction was really inspired. See, there's the thing we got to faff with. So how are we going to get in here? We need either bolt cutters or a way through. Yeah, the reason why I don't, or at least haven't been ranking... Oh, hello. Is this the underside of where we were? Oh man, we could have been crushed to death here. Ah, there we go. There we go. I had to use the little climb move. So we've got a key. That should open up there. There we go. Lights on, doors open, let's go! This is very bad!
I'm pretty sure that's not meant to be like that.
I don't know about you, friends, but I don't think I'm going to get in the water. Sorry, jumping back. The Monster Hunter introductions are not good. Because while they give you a sense of adventure, it's so far removed from the experience that you'll be going through, you know what I mean? Oh, we're gonna do a floaty box puzzle. Fine, I'll reload the flashlight.
Only one pack of batteries left.
Piss.
Last batteries.
Wait! No! Stop eating batteries, you weirdo! And yeah, like, again, this isn't a dissing session. We've played so much Monster Hunter World. You know I love that game. But the introduction is so removed from what it is to actually hunt in that. And it's later on where you have to do the weird kind of half fight. That it serves as an interesting visual set piece, but it does not serve as a great way to get you into the game. Because, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it almost feels too easy to kind of pick on... Okay, overridden doors cannot be unlocked, so we need a way to override security, alright. Sorry. Apologies for kind of losing on my my own train of thought there, but yeah. Cyberpunk does not do good in terms of its introduction, and if anything, it serves to be more confusing in the long run than not. And again, like, if you put Cyberpunk's introduction alongside Firewatch's, the difference of economy of work and actually of what they convey with the information they give us is very, very different. Oh, okay. Now, Durry, you are feckin' spot on there. The introduction to Near Automatic Tomato is feckin' brilliant. It gives us a real look at what the core of that late game experience is going to be. And then from there, it gives us so much to work with. Like, we don't have all the Your High stuff explained to us ad nauseum while we're still trying to work stuff out.
The water is electrified. I better watch my step.
We're gonna do this Half-Life puzzle style. Save game. Empty slot. Alright. Yeah, so with Near Automatic Tomato, we get this whole thing where the world is only explained to us after we've been given the reasons as to why we should care. So they don't try and explain all the bizarrities of it as a world until we've had a chance to, like, fight and die in that space. Again, not that any of you need me to tell you why feckin' Nier is a good game. I've actually been looking about what we're going to do when it comes time to do our playthrough of Nier. There are a few mods that let you play as Papa Nier. Fuck. Job's done. Oh. Yeah, apparently I can't quite make that jump. But yeah, I've been looking to see if there's a way to mod the game to do a full Papa Nier playthrough. Sadly, see, the problem... I would just do the feckin'... I would just do the OG 360 version. But unfortunately... Woo! There is actually a new ending in the Nier Replicant. So it's not just as simple as replaying it on PC. I need 2 more boxes. Piss. Can I get close enough? Gonna save it. Alright, hold that thought, friends, because Favor 6, I do want to talk about what you were chatting with. And I do want to discuss, like, a whole bunch of stuff on, especially when it comes to, electrified my feeties. This is the tale of doing some puzzles. My feeties get shocked. That's not okay. They are playing very fast and loose with what surfaces conduct electricity, but I'm not going to quibble. Yeah, that should be enough. There we go. Broken. Job's done. Alright, what have we got in here? Do-do-do-do. Greetings, Emil! While you were enjoying the warmth of the south, things have taken a strange turn to here. Boss is really paranoid. First ordered the control room doors to be always locked down. Used a locksmith to renew most of the locks. expecting some kind of attack or something? Feckin' hell.
Fascinating.
Fascinating. There we go. Alright, let me take a breath and a beat. Let's get past the zippity-zappity noise. Alright, so this is the control room, so this is where we need to be. This seems fine. Alex Hartman, CEO of Hammer Valley Hydro. Job's done. Yo. Anyone translate binary?
My name is Alex Hartman.
Alright, hold those thoughts,
I
Fred.
was just betrayed by the man who practically built this whole city. It started with Bergman, then Stahlberg Steel, and now my company. All bankrupted by Jeff Walter. He bought the companies for next to nothing and then ran them straight into the ground. But that's the least of my problems. With the company out of business, there's no way we can keep everything in good repair. Things are breaking down all over the city, but no one's doing anything about it. The police, the mayor, and now it seems like even the governor's in his pocket. They care more about his money than what he's doing to this place.
Okay.
Whatever he's planning, it's going to happen. And I don't want to be here when it does. Because there's one thing I'm sure of. Everything's about to fall apart.
Intriguing.
Intriguing indeed. Okay, so jumping back. So Valiant Steed was saying that there's a Stolberg AIG tied to this game. So there's like little code fragments and things all through it. That's fascinating. Jumping back in, people were discussing the Cyberpunk introduction. The only thing that I would have added on that one was there was a lot of this could have been a montage and had more impact in the process, especially when it came to how V and Jackie got to have their relationship. The bit that I wanted to play was a montage, and the bits that I really wanted them to just stop talking at me, those were the bits that were dragged out. So I would have preferred to do almost a Breath of the Wild style, you know, you're just a somebody gangster in a small part of Night City, and this is your best friend V, and then you go on missions and you make some cash and you do some stuff, then you get off with a big score, and it's like, yo, give me time to spend in that environment. Don't tell me how I feel in that environment. For other good examples, the Mental Monk was mentioning Tyranny, which I do hope to stream with you all at some point. I kept trying to say why Nier Automatic Tomato is brilliant. I think it was because we did a lot of cool fighty destruction, and we got to see the stakes of the fight, and then we got introduced to Yohai, and also got introduced to the whole society that pushes this whole thing forward. You know, you could do things like uninstalling your own OS or exploding or removing your self-destruct at that point because you had enough grounding to understand it. Averick was saying that the introduction to Metal Gear Solid 5 was definitely memorable, but a big part of that comes down to misdirection. Yes. Metal Gear Solid as a whole has been great at doing that kind of misdirection. As a franchise, Kojima Productions has really like knocked that one out of the park. Though again, like MGS5 suffers from that problem of you never really truly know when it's your turn to play. I found myself desperately avoiding any of the cutscenes because I wanted to spend more time in the environment, and I feel like I didn't get that. You know what I mean? Jumping back in. Megaboss says, would Kingdom Hearts intro sequence count setting expectations correctly? Like, yo, Kingdom Hearts 1 did a great job, at least in my humble opinion, did a great job of setting things up. But that only really works... There we go. That only really works kind of for the first one. Alright, so we're turning off the security. And then we're going to go open up the doors. Oh yeah, so Megaboss was in the same space where they avoided the story missions in MGS because they didn't want to lose the gameplay. Now, so Favor 6, again, this is... I mean, okay, this is an art conversation, so this isn't like a... You know... Oh. Got ourselves some sleuth kit. Alright. Let's get some more power going. Hold that thought. Sorry, Dory Quill said that they thought this game was playing some like super chill elevator music. Turns out they just had a Roll20 tab open in another space. There we go. Job's done. I'm solving puzzles. Alright. Power is on. Problems are solved. No one knows how cool we are. So we're going to go unlock the other security gates and keep exploring. Sorry. So what I was trying to say with Megaboss was... So the Metro games are a fascinating question because when is it intro and when is it story? And again, this is a no right answer, but it's one to kind of chew on, because as with the first Metro, you have dreams and you hear tales of the stories outside, and then you start going for a walk around your hometown and you see a bunch of people. You're heading out on a little mission. It's all going to be cool and fine. Nothing bad happens at the end, you know? Actually, we can just hop up the stairs and go through there. Artyom's exploration of the Metro is as much a teaching point as, like, the story proper. Alright. Open. Z. Doors. Thank you. Alright. Doors are all open. The second one does an interesting job of hey, how come the laboratory's still closed? The bullshit. The second game has more of a defined intro that shows you one of the end-to-end segments of the game and then kind of retells the story so far. Third kettle, kiwi and banana special. I don't get it. I think the humor in this game might be too subtle for me, so I don't think I'm going to be able to translate that joke. Heisenberg. Never forget. Oh, we're in the outside world. I'm sure we'll have to go back into the dam at some point, but let's just go for a little trundle on the trail. But yeah, so the question is, like, friends, in Metro, when does the introduction end and the game begin proper, you know? And I'm not trying to trip anybody up. This isn't one of those, like, oh, you have to get the answer right, otherwise I'll yell at you. It's just, again, it's a fun thing to think about. Metro Exodus is a strange one because it's basically a series of bite-sized environments that you move from. Now, it does have the same problem as like MGS5 and a few others where it is entirely possible to... It is entirely possible to leave early, to lose things, or to get out too quickly. And I'm never a fan of that in games, if you know what I mean. Like, I know it's a bit fourth wall breaking, but I'd always prefer the game say, hey, just so you know, if you move on from here, you're not going to be able to come back. I think that is often needed. Otherwise, instead of users moving forward with this sense of like, ooh, and wonder, they tend to move forward with this trepidation, like they're avoiding plot and story. Oh, sorry. So, Mega Boss, I've been getting MGS4 and MGS5 mixed up in my head. MGS5 does an incredible job. The misdirection at the beginning is exceptional, and the fact that it leaves you to your own devices from then onwards is just brilliant. You can clearly see when you're starting a story mission and when things are going to progress, and you can clearly see when it's just running around Afghanistan, having a good time, being cool. Well, so Ehrman, intellectually, you're correct. But the Metro series, at least the first two games, do this incredible job where... Oh. There's a ladder on the roof. I'm going to go poke that. They do this incredible job where they make you feel as if it's a pure open world and you can do anything. And you're in a very, very close, controlled, tight experience. Yeah, Fearless, I do apologize for the confusion there. I don't know why. Someone mentioned Metal Gear Solid 4 recently, and I just had old crotchety Snake in my head. It's full of bugs. I take it, Pontica, or however it's pronounced, is hella strong booze. I'm just gonna take a wild. I fell out.
No one has laid fit for a while. That's for sure.
Right, but we've got the cave and the sawmill keys. Oh, great! Just brought lots of beer. It'll be a good day.
Interesting.
Another key for something. Food and booze and go! Ah!
Heisenberg, Schrodinger and Omar in a car. They get pulled over. Heisenberg is driving and the cop asks him, do you know how fast you were going? No, but I know exactly where I am. Heisenberg replies. The cop
says you were doing 55 and a 35. Heisenberg throws up his hands and shouts, great, now I'm lost. The cop thinks this is suspicious and orders him to pop open the trunk. He checks out and says, do you know you have a dead cat back there?
We do now, love, shouts Schrodinger. The cop moves to arrest them. Ohm resists.
Ha! Oh, thank you for that one. And Favor 6, that's 1,000 bits, right? I mean, you would... I believe you were there for Saturday. You know it's a big deal right now, so thank you. Alright. Okay. Onward! So we did need those keys. But yeah, so Ehrman, I definitely recommend playing through the first 2 Metro games. They're really good. They did some interesting stuff that never really quite translated, but they were fascinating at the time. For those of you who don't know, the Metro series has this cute little thing called military-grade ammo, where the idea is that after the bombs have fallen, the varying Metro subway tunnels underneath Moscow have become these little towns, these little like city-states. And the one currency that is accepted in every one of these is military-grade ammo. Like, people make their own guns, they make their own, like, you know, dirty homemade bullets. But the good stuff, like the military-made stuff, that's valuable. So it is simultaneously your high damage output and your currency. Meaning that the better that you can play with shitty guns, or with stealth, the more ammo you have.
It's not good.
Now, Favor6 was saying that the books are great, but Artyom's a very different character. I mean, I'm struggling to read like a book a year at the moment, so I will absolutely take your word for it. But I will say that Metro 1 and 2's ability to make you feel like you're in an open world is one of the best. And like following that up with the fact that their third game was actually open world. There's a few things I wanted from Metro Exodus that it was probably never gonna do, but... Oh, this is... F4, 3 words. Sorry about that, friends. I just realised with the mic being sensitive, if I sneeze, I probably blow everybody's poor eardrums out. Heckin' view. Yeah. Like, this game is not afraid to be exceptionally pretty. And again, it's also not afraid to pace things glacially, which I do respect. I really respect. Hell, like, that's the thing that... The thing is, all video games are constrained. All video games have limitations. That's just, unfortunately, the nature of the medium. Like, we have open world games, but there's always a limitation on what you can do. And as an art medium, games are always about how they make you feel. Do you feel like this is your story? Do you feel like you could go anywhere? Do you feel like this is a fully fleshed out world? Or do you feel that you're being suitably challenged? It is your world. And so it doesn't matter if your game is the most linear, railroady, you do as I tell you experience. Because if it feels like you can go anywhere or do anything, if it feels like it is your personal experience when it's not, then the game is winning. I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do in here, but we'll keep having a look around. Oh, wow. So this was baked in Source Engine. And explains a few of the little quirks. And why it looks so bloody good. Shit, where was I? No, it's dropped out of my head. I'm not going to rant about The Last of Us Part 2. That's my declaration. I'm not doing it. Alright, oh yeah, that was the sign that said the keys are in the place that we were at. Let's go spelunking. Naughty Dog has always specialized in games that feel like you could go anywhere, but are very, very on rails. And I have subjected you all to too many rants about that, so we're going to move on. EO says that their main rubric for an open world game is if it feels like it doesn't need me, the player. If it feels like things I find weren't placed there for me. Oh, okay, so if you feel like the world has been too carefully constructed.
Really does have some cool caves. Only one pack of batteries left.
I've been looking for ways to enter the tunnel. The flood doors seem to be locked tight, but I did find an elevator in the old building, the pumping station. Okay. Get a photo of that.
Interesting.
Okay, no. So, Eeyore, I think I understand what you're saying. And there's a little spelunky tunnel back that way. So I guess that's where we'll be headed next. That looks structurally important. Okay, sorry. Apologies for the misinterpretation, but what you were saying is that for them, the mark of, you know what, I'm going to go do that little tiny cave now whilst we're having a fat. If the world feels like it is very video gamey, like things have been placed very specifically for, you know, a gaming experience that takes them out of it. Oh yeah, and so, I mean, Eeyore, like, you can have a good open world in a game that's not great, you know? Now, I've not played through Elden Ring. I figured, one, y'all would want to play it, and two, at least according to the internet, everyone has done playthroughs of Elden Ring at about the same time. So, there's a key, glow stick, and that looks like a passport. That's bad. But it is something we'll be jumping into. Well, so Valiant Steed, Valiant Steed says Bethesda is awesome at world building, not so much at designing a constant quality. And I think it's because of the way Bethesda design their games as little hubs, like teeny tiny little spots. These hubs and spots don't always talk to each other, but they feel like they are self-contained and somewhat logical. Oh no, and Eeyore, this is why it's an interesting thing to discuss and deconstruct. I don't want to speak for authority on Elden Ring, having not played it. But it's interesting because the Soulsian games have always felt like living worlds, but they're so carefully constructed. There's this phenomenon in Soulsian games, which I'm sure you're all familiar, but where what will happen is that you'll go through an area and you'll smash a bunch of bad guys in the Gabba and then solve it. But once you've hit a bonfire or a checkpoint, the same enemies in the same area, if you come at them a different way, are much more challenging and much more difficult to approach because of their positioning and what they have. Like, the Soulsian games put very careful attention. Put very, very careful attention on a lot of elements.
Smells like something died in here.
My hope. This is where my hope went to die. Oh no, it's just boots. Just old boots. So it's one of those things where it is a very...
What the fuck? Is that a corpse?
We got a body!
Hey, I found a dead body.
That's not funny, Mark.
I'm serious.
You mean like a dead animal?
No, I'm pretty sure this is a dead guy.
That's unsettling. I'll call the cops and they'll come check it out. Can you give me the precise location?
This is some sort of building after the cave when coming from the dam. It's just before the Bergman tunnels.
Yeah, I know the place. Anyway, I'm sure the cops will figure out what happened to the guy. Just continue on to the tunnels.
All right, if you say so.
Oh! So, Valiant Steed, I am so sorry, I did not know that. Like, I pride myself on having a very strong knowledge of video game stuff, but I didn't realise that was the case. What Valiant's saying is, so this was originally a Half-Life 2 mod, but it was going so well that it ended up getting kickstarted and... Oh, is that a Did someone shit in the fucking sink? Who does that? What is wrong with you people? I have to clean up on nasty children. Sorry, I didn't. I wasn't aware that this started life as a mod, so that is genuinely fascinating. All right, so we've explored Pooh Corner. Nasty children. Let's see if there's a way up around the side. I don't know why that wasn't an achievement. It bloody should have been. Because Valiant, one of my other favourite games that... I don't know if we streamed it this year or last year, but The Forgotten City, which started life as a Skyrim mod and then became a full commercial release. Now, I'm not saying that creating a game as a mod and then turning it into a commercial product is easy by any means. But it does mean that your prototyping is done a lot faster, which can give you a sense of how things will play and how they'll feel. A little bit quicker than if you were building them just off the bat, you know? Alright, so we are here. Alright.
Fascinating.
Nothing seems to be working, not in the tunnels. I'll be retiring soon. Eric as Oot. Yeah. I mean, Valiant, if you don't paradox end The Forgotten City, I mean, one, you haven't gotten all the endings, and two, you've not been watching Back to the Future. Oh, and Valiant, that's really fucking cool. I'm just sorry it's taken me so long to get to this. Okay, this seems very important. Oh. I brought the computer. If the light is on, you can open the tunnel. Oh, so here we go. So we are here. The tunnel is there. There's Pete's cottage. So we've got to work out which of these gets us in. God darn it. And here's the details. Remember to turn the switches to match the right color code. This is going to take a second. Yeah, I'm sorry it took us so long to get to this game. Like, it's one I've been saving, and I know it's quite a long-form title. So I was putting it off because if this ended up being a really, really, really good game, then we'd be streaming it for quite a few days. And we kind of came off having a lot of long-play games over the summer. So I've been trying to do more weird little indie projects like here and there. Okay. So 25 to 30 hours, more if you want to hit all the endings, alternate paths, and Easter eggs. That's feckin' cool. But for now, we'll just have a faff and a... Alright, so we want automatic recommended for the doors, which is yellow, which is A1 across, B1 down. B2 down. B3 across. C3 across. D3 down. And D4 down. See if that works. Woohoo! I am so smart. I am so smart. S-M-R-T. I mean, S-M-R-A-R-T. Oh, okay. Valiant's got 300 hours in this game. Okay. Well, I mean, we can do a couple of days on this probably. We'll see how next week's shaping up because, like, as the winter period gets on, the amount of games to cover is just increasing exponentially. I was gonna find whatever that thing was that we unlocked. God, I lost my train of thought there. Alright, in about, like, 10 or 15 minutes, friends, I'm gonna go make a feckin' cuppa. You have been dealing with a low-powered, low-caffeinated will for, yeah, nearly 3 hours. I'm very grateful for that. No, sorry, so Valiant, what I was going to say is, I am not against, I'm not against, I wouldn't, I'm trying to think how to phrase it, it's not backseat gaming so much as, like, video games on Twitch are as much like a celebration of them. I'll let you know if I get stuck on the puzzles, and it's nice to unfurl these story games together, but, like, I'm really happy to hear about what you love about this game, and, like, considering it, why this is a title you put 300 hours in. Because, like, my big uns have been Rain World, the Blackout Club.
Tunnel. Let's see how this place is doing. I wouldn't get my hopes up.
I had planned to before our money shat out, but what I've been doing... Sorry, as I strip off in front of you all. So I've been getting a few of the big bangers tattooed. So this is my Rain World tattoo after we did all 3 playthroughs. That's from the Blackout Club when I got chosen. There's me, my Hollow Knight tattoo. That's just the Longship logo because the internet went out when we were at GameWorks. And I needed something to do with everybody. So we crawled up the road and got tattoos. Night Valen. Firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, is it that there is a teeny tiny something in the rocks over there? No! We just meant Valiant. Valiant just followed. There's a distinct possibility that someone out there might think that I'm cool. I can't believe you've done this.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No, J-Post, you take that sub back. You take that sub back. Do not reward Night Valen for this. Sorry, J-Post, seriously, thank you.
As I was reminded by a friend recently, Klingon therapist, the battle against mental illness cannot be won decisively. It is a long campaign against an enemy who never tires, whose forces swell to twice their size whenever you...
Hoppacha! Get out of my house. And Favor 6, thank you for the 500 bits. That's $5 to keeping us going. Sorry, Favor 6, that sounded really disingenuous. Like, to all of you, those of you of House Carl, all of you of, like, House Chaos or Order or what have you, you have kept this whole thing going for well over 4 years. This will be a 5-year full-time operation in April, and that's terrifying and awesome. One of the things that I was talking to at great length at Perios yesterday was, like, how do we keep the Longship going for another 4 or 5 years? Like, what does that look like? How can we plan that? So yeah. Fucking lunchbox down there. Maybe we can get around from somewhere else. So yeah, I really mean it. Thank you. Now I'm gonna save here because we've got the flood door open. And I've got 10 minutes before it's tea time. Whatever's down there, I don't know if I can get to it without dying horribly. I'm not dead, I'm just severely injured.
Geocache. There isn't anything inside it.
Oh, what? Shenanigans! I can't believe they've done this. Give me this chainsaw, I'm about to go geocache somebody's face. Is this the path back? Shenanigans! Oh, there have been geocaches all over since The Office. And the first one I find is an empty one, of course. Alright, well. Climb up into mountains. I tell thee. Or are we going to have to go for a swim? Alright, well, there's a ladder over there. Oh no, we can just jump down over this way. Cool. Screams cannonball and dies. Yeah, Vanderbeest, I haven't geocached in yet. Alright. Onward! Actually, friendos, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take that tea break, but I want to do it now while we're out and about in the countryside. So for those of you who are just going to kind of have this on in a second tab, you get like the gorgeous countryside as a backing. So yeah, so friends, I'm going to go make a quick cuppa, and then let's keep going. Oh, I am really enjoying this. And despite the technical problems and nonsense and what have you, friends, thank you all. Alright? This is a great game, and I'm feckin' enjoying sharing it with you all. So we can have a real cool day on this. Right, tea time! I should be back in a second. Oh, I can get some toast and some peanut butter. Be great. Thank you all for waiting. Terribly sorry, terribly sorry. Bear with me just a second. Okay. And B, hello, hello. Valiant, it's good to be back. Bear with me just a second. I've got an inordinate amount of tea for a black leaf orange blend. So caffeinated enough that I can see the realms between this and the next. But also, it's got a nice orangey smell to it. It's lovely. So B, okay, so this game is called INFRA. We've been playing this for a little while, and I've learned a lot about it that I didn't initially know. So originally this was a Half-Life 2 mod that got kickstarted and became a fully fledged standalone game. It is a non-conflict based puzzle and exploration title with at least to my understanding, with a non-horror type situation. So it has a lot of kind of like horror tropes, that is to say like batteries for flashlights and cameras and whatnot. It is not, by my understanding, an Ooga Booga Booga type horror game. And it's gorgeous and wonderfully well thought out. So yeah, we've been having a trundle at that. Valiant Steed's been giving us the inside goss on the game without spoiling stuff, which has been lovely. But more importantly, how have you been doing? I mean, I hope you're all having yourselves a decent Tuesday. I'm doing that, trying to solve a million things all at once, whilst also hanging out with your lovely selves. But I am getting some dino nuggies in a bit, so it's a net win. It's a net positive. That sounds like a lovely day. But yeah, so this title is available on Steam. I forget how much it is, but I know it was not extortionate. And I mean, we've been playing this for like 2 hours now, and I'm having a great time with it. Dustin, you haven't missed too much in the way of nonsense. Made a cup of tea. I've been informed that Dino Nuggies are on the way, so we're in for a winner. And we're getting into the dam proper. Chapter 3, Forgotten World. Robin, if you lost your keys again, you need to open FB12 and touch A2, B1, O, and C3. Signed, your friend Eric. Wait, darn it, Eric. Valiant says it's around $20. Okay. Well, there's the solution right there. So what was it? It was you need to open FB12, A2, B1, C3, A2, A2, B1, C3. A2, B1, C3. A2, B1, C3. Excuse me. Solved the puzzle. How come you're not doing the thing? Excuse me? Oh, pea-balls and bin bags. Alright, so it's A2, B1, C3. So A2 is actually wiggly wobbly down that way. some Among Us type nonsense. B1's actually that one. And C3 is all like up that way. I won't forget this, Among Us! Alright. Now we're definitely feeling that that Half-Life environment. If I see two switches, one labeled valve and one labeled gearbox, I will scream.
That makes 2 packs of spares for the camera. Intriguing.
Alright, so floodgates. There's the surface. Don't go there. Here's a map of all the things that are broken. Break room area. Still key holdage. Office. This tunnel is very bad. Broken freight elevator. Do not use. Door controls. You need to reset the controls after using the levers. Robin! Fix this! Robin, I can't believe you've done this. Excuse me, friend. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is big 2. Door controls. Alright, so you have to reset the controls after using the levers. Alright. There we go. Sorry!
Because I'm tight.
Thank you, Felix. Alright, so that's 1. So that's our next little challenge. And that's 3. And this is just bad. And we're out of flashlight batteries. Okay. This is not good! And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like I was saying, I don't think I've given the houses quite the respect they deserve recently, and I will be seeking to change that. Okay. Well, excuse me, Mr. Horror-y horror game. Didn't realize we were going to be jokes about it. Right, there's the doors. Love it. Love to see it. Oh, and plot.
The Bergman Group was a great company, founded by Eric Kleinman and Xander Berg. I'd say that company played a big part in rebuilding the city, but somehow Walter managed to take all the credit for that. Anyway, Xander Berg was a vital part of that company. When he disappeared, the Bergman Group started having trouble staying afloat. Ultimately, the other shareholders forced Kleinman to sell his share of the company. He became a broken man. Now Kleinman clearly needs someone to guide him. He's a great man, capable of great things. I need him, and he needs me.
All right, mate.
fascinating.
I've just started thinking about how you could make like wind-up handle versions of those.
That's 3 packs of camera batteries.
Ah, and the old cranky handle. This generation's diggy hole. As we play Crank My Handle! Alright. Where? Oh, that's death! Oh, that's bad. Okay, so C2 pipe room. Notice, if the light is red, the area behind the door may be flooded, and the door may be having technical difficulties. The door flood cannot be opened while the light is red. Alright. So we've got, Alright, Phyllis, you get me. You get me. Okay. Sorry, Valiant was saying that they love the signages in this game, like the Art Deco especially. Yeah. It does give it this incredible... There is a grate in the floor missing. Now, is that enough to clear that out? Yes. All right. Oh, Fearless, this whole place, this is the land of OSHA violations. Willy Wonka was very specific about this. Yeah, more like an oh shit violation. Am I right, Vanderbeest? Oh, we don't have the key for here. Alright. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we're going to be dealing with a few of those big old brain scratches today. Because we don't... There is a janky handle back to where we came, which we'll probably need. But... Alright, so pipes. Pipe room. Open. If you can turn off the water sections of all the pipes in the rooms... Okay, so we've got to find all the pipes in this room, crank them around. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. This is not a place of safety. Here they be dragons. Oh, really? You're going to make me go back over the pipes again? Apparently the Bergman group hired whoever it was that designed the fucking Resident Evil mansion. Ah! My knees. Oh, pistachio. Dinosaur nugs. Yeah. Why do I feel like I'm making it worse? It feels like I'm making it worse. Call it an educated guess, if you will, but I do not feel I am improving the situation.
Only 2 packs left.
Alright. Apparently this is one of those ones where I could just, like, smash things with a hammer. And plunge! Well, ho and welcome. Okay. I saw Plunge, you one of the only people I know who's actually played this. I've been saving this for a while, and I couldn't decide on what to be playing through today. I had considered doing the Terminator infiltration mode in Terminator Revelation, and I was like, that's not a terrible shout, but if I have to play that whole thing with the red filter, I'm just going to get a thumping headache. So feck it, let's do this. Yeah, well, so Plunge, thankfully, we've had Valiant Steed in here, who has played a lot of this, who's been showing me a little bit of information, without spoilers, about this game, why it's excellent, and a lot of the special little elements to it. Aww. Joke's on you, B. I'm a disaster. Okay. You can turn off the water sensors when all of the pipes in the room are closed. You're right. B, those things aren't mutually exclusive. Alright, so Valiant, I think the T hasn't kicked in yet. I can't work this out. I know it's got something to do with the pipe map over there, and I need to make sure I'm turning off the right pipes. But I'm struggling to translate it into puzzle-solving brain power. Also, so Valiant, B, Plunge, everybody who's joined us, not this weekend, but I'm hoping soon we get back to the Black Watchman, which is the ARG puzzle-solving game that we were playing with Ems that one time. Oh yeah. I mean, Thor fucking makes ARGs. Right, and I believe he's already aware of the Black Watchman. For those of you who don't know, the Black Watchman is made by basically the world's premier ARG company, Allison Smith. And you basically have just joined a low-level Illuminati team. And it's up to you to find out what happened in certain areas, decipher it, and then decide what needs to be done. Oh yeah, so B, when big game companies run ARGs, they often hire like an external games company. Allison Smith is one of those teams. I became aware of their works during the Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 launch party, which it turned out, not only was the announcement party, sorry, not launch party, the announcement party, not only was it a LARP, but it was also an online ARG that led into it. And a handful of special individuals who did really good at the ARG were invited along to the party. It was freaking cool. Okay. Alright, so I've got most of them. I just need to turn off... Is it A5? Oh, okay. So it's the one that intersects between A4 and A5. That's the one I need to turn off. Yeah, I mean, Favor 6, we still don't know, like, what happened in all of that. Yeah, so I think it's A4 that I need to turn off. I think. Because it's definitely on a red pipe. Yeah, I mean, Fearless, I'd love to know, like, its stats as well. Like, at what point did they kill it? Alright, so it's the intersection of... I guess it's this one? Okay, let's see if this works. Or did it make it worse? Alright, you. No. No, so we added one. That's good. Favor 6 is also not clear if the Cyberpunk 2077 ARG is dead as well. Interesting. I don't know who was running that. Or, because sometimes teams do it in-house. Like, some people have peeps on staff that know what they're doing. Alright, so it was right close to it. Oh, don't tell me it's like the one that's like down here. Because like, this is where we came in. Could be 5. Woohoo! Alright, so all the pipes are turned off within the pipe room. So now we're going to go find the other ones, I guess? Oh, sorry, so for clarity, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, sequel to the old... okay, so we need to get B4, C4, B5. Right, B4, B5, C4. Alright, B4, B5, C4. I need you all to help me remember that. Okay, so Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, sequel to the old game. Being published by Paradox. It was originally being developed by Seattle team Hardsuit Labs, notable for the... God, what was it? The Blacklight shooty gun bang games, which were one of the early like free-to-play shooty gun bang success stories. Kind of a bit cyberpunky, kind of a bit just regular sci-fi. Oh, there's a button? Oh, sorry. Valiant, thank you for telling me. I'll go try and find the button now. Because I would have just gone on a little jaunt. Now, the thing that happened was that after a bit of silence, Paradox announced that they will be changing developers. Which very, very rarely happens. Alright, thank you! So Valiant, I thought that was just a water sensor, so I was waiting for it to flick over.
A pack of spare batteries for the flashlight.
Robin's apparently not been doing a good job in maintenance over here.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. Now we've got to go back and get the handle. That's right. Right. Thank you. Yeah, so Paradox announced that Hardsuit Labs were no longer developing the vampire game. Which, for those of you that know game development, like, it's almost unheard of for a dev team to be taken off and it to be given to somebody else. Paradox says the game is still in development, but we've seen and heard nothing. And no one knows who the new developers are. And that's where everyone's like, yeah, no, it's not happening. Because it's one thing to say, alright, we're handing this project off to another in-house studio. That's not unheard of. But to say, like, we're taking it away from these people and we're not going to tell you who's getting it, like, that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. Oh, Durry, did that happen with Metroid Prime 4? If it did, I'm sorry I missed it. Like, I certainly wouldn't wish that on anybody, but yeah. Like, it was sad because, one, I'm looking forward to that game, or was looking forward to that game, and also because it's a local team, so it affects a lot of people that I know. But here's the thing. Paradox aren't stupid. Paradox also aren't vindictive. So it doesn't make logistical sense that they would can without a reason. For those of you who don't know, like, so Paradox are very, very good at business. They don't feck around. They are very efficient. They are not the type to pull an EA to, like, stab devs in the back or pull a fast one, but they know what they're doing, and they absolutely do not heckin' tolerate idiots. Oh, it's broken. Why did I hit the button that said broken? Why did I do that?
The ceiling is coming down. I have to get these doors open.
Okay, the emergency thing sounds. Override using these manually, and there we go. Yeah, this OSHA violation turned into an oh shit violation. Why does that feel like it made it worse? Much worse. Not better. There we go. All right. Dead. Okay. That could have gone better. We'll come back to it because, Stammering, I do want to touch on what you're saying about how Dead Island... Oh, we've got a sec. Alright. So the thing was, Dead Island 2 was a strange one. And I have a feeling that they ran out of money. And then when Koch Media got absorbed into Embracer Group, there was suddenly cash to go around again. So I think that project wasn't killed for any other reason than...
I'm pretty sure that's not meant to be like that.
I don't think that project was killed for anything other than they ran out of cash. Like, Dead Island 2 was probably looking to be a very expensive AAA game, and they just quietly killed it. Yeah, Valiant, I got hit by debris there. That was... That's the kind of death that, that cheese will do to you. Alright, so we do that. So, flood alarm control panel. Somehow we've got to get that going.
Fuck. This enemy's coming down.
So I think we've got to bring that up.
Doors open.
Mash the button. Bring the other one up. Mash the button. Go from there. I kind of faffed on this one, so we'll try again. Okay. So this just says wait. That's not good. Of course the code is 0451. Am I supposed to make a jump for it or something? This is not good! Okay. Alright, 0451. Opens B2. There we go.
That was way too close. That's not good.
That's not good. Yeah, you're right. It's probably booting from some kind of, like, punch card system. Now, remember, friends, when there's an earthquake or structural damage, what do? You obviously take the elevator because that's safe. So jumping back in, Durry says, an Aussie. Nice. Durry was saying that originally Metroid Prime 4 did not have a confirmed developer, but it sounded like it was Bandai. Then they announced in 2014 they were scrapping it completely and starting over with Retro Studios. Okay, that's more hopeful. Well, and that's why these conversations are so important. I try and make sure I'm telling you stuff correctly, because the difference between a dev team was put on and then taken off is drastically different than we announced a project, it didn't quite go in pre-production how we wanted it, but we're moving to another team. You know, it's the old Revengeance maneuver.
Shouldn't have jinxed it.
Shouldn't have jinxed it. This is fine, he said. Lying. It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. So yeah, again, even friendly aid, I don't know what happened with Bloodlines. What I was trying to say about Paradox is that if you ever work with them, they are business people first and foremost. They know their audience, they love their games, but they box clever. Like, they don't pull shady EA nonsense. They don't do like aggressive, poorly thought out microtransactions or otherwise. But they do box safe and clever in the world of business, which means like don't cross them and don't expect them to be like, oh well, your game's gonna be late. Oh, don't worry about it, my fluffy little lad. No, if Paradox says you deliver on this date, you deliver on that date. And if you do not have a formal agreement for like a milestone extension, don't even try it. Of course, he's locked. Oh, sorry, MB. Thank you for the bits, alright? Like, I hope I've explained to everybody at least multiple times now that I'm very grateful. Yeah. At some point, friends, once I've got my head on straight and I've had a plan, I'll tell you all about the great big Bezos heist. But that's another story. So we're just propping that open with a box! So we're not even bothering with security anymore. Okay. While we're in the outside not being stressed, was there anything that we were half talking about that I forgot about? Because, you know, the whole cave-in and power plant disintegrating thing. No, we're stealing from Bezos, Ozzy. Sadly, we're not stealing Bezos. Yeah, I know. It's more a logistics thing. You know, at the moment we've got like what, 6 guinea pigs, 2 dogs. Like, I can't be responsible for, you know, I can't be responsible for a rich person as well, because they are high maintenance. They do very little, and they get weird if they're left unattended. I don't know if you're all aware of this. It's genuinely dangerous to leave rich people unattended because they do turn destructive. Like, maybe if we had a yard or something. And you make a good point, Deus. Like, I mean, no one actually wants Bezos, and stealing for him, it's going to take him a while to notice.
It's me. I'm somewhere near the Bergman towns. I barely got out there before the ceiling caved in.
Are you serious?
I'm always serious. Now I'm at this control center of sorts. What do I do?
There should be a way to enter another part of the tunnels from there. I'm not very comfortable sending you down there again, but it's invaluable that we know the full extent of the damage.
I'll take care of it.
Thanks, Mark.
Mark, you scamp, you. Mark's just got a taste for adventure. Yeah, B, I don't want to have to explain things to rich people. They're so beyond. Random question, Valiant. Do the geocaches beep? The irony, of course, friend, is that what few rich people there are out there actually doing some good are not the kind of people who ever talk openly or post on social media. So we wouldn't even know it if they were. But also some of the biggest bastards don't talk anywhere or post on social media, so, like, butts, a lot of them. I'm just exploring at the moment, friends. I kind of want to spend more time out in the pretty environments. Oh, that's bad. Document the shit out of this. Remember, friends, up is good, down is bad. Let's go back outside. But yeah. Now's not the time to talk about the Great Bezos heist. But schemes are in place. Sorry, I don't mean to kind of look at camera and go wink and half tell you a story. Right you are, birds. Right you are. The thing is, I don't have any other stories, friends. Like, you've been there for all the interesting stuff. IMB, like, the environmental design of this game is absolutely gorgeous. Like, the environmental artists knocked it out of the park. And the thing is, this is Source 2. Like, alright, we'll check down. But yeah, this is Source Engine 2, so this is by no means a small feat to make it look this good. And one thing that I'm finding fascinating is that while there's obviously a gamification of how we move through areas and solve puzzles, it feels like a functioning facility. Like, it feels like a place that actually does the job, and I don't know if that's because it's genuinely authentic or they just did good research. Oh man, they're playing Trine! Oh no, they're playing Triple, my mistake. The Alan Bacon cookbook.
Interesting.
Bacon! You left your cookbook here! Alright, don't turn on pumps A1 or A2. The water is really polluted. Need to figure out what happened. By the way, Mark accidentally dropped another tunnel key into the pool. Couldn't find him. Take another look once the pool drains. Pumping station key is nearby. The Legend of Casterly Rock, the board game. Do 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 do. Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage. Okay. Okay. Open the pumps A1 and A2 first. I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to do this. Alright, well, we'll just open everything up and see what happens. But yeah, sorry, the other thing that definitely needs respect is how much these internal environments are getting in terms of, like, attention to detail. I wonder if it was because the team was able to put stuff together so quickly from going from, like, a modded environment to a standalone environment in the same engine. Oh, here we go. This was the thing we needed for the outside. Metro workers to protest today. Oh shit, radioactive hamburgers? Kebab hamburger? No. I mean, I just had dino nuggies, so I'm not hungry, but, like, that's not fair. I know I say this every month, but once payday comes, I'm finally going to try out the kebab place that Sadlin's been recommending to me. My friends at the lab finally gave the results of your sample. Large amounts of metal in the water go past the limits of drinking water by 10-fold. Bacteria levels are also well above standard. Oh, that's bad.
Intriguing.
Alright. Now, I saw this needed to go into one of the pumping areas outside, so let's go make things worse! Or better. Stabbering says, oh, I've been meaning to ask, how did you rate my kebab in Galley Cantina the other day? Oh, you know exactly how I rated it. You couldn't hear my comments across the internet. On book. How are you doing, friend? What-ho and welcome! It's cranking time. This is fine. Okay, so Ozzy was saying that they like the VO performers' work, asking if they've done more. Valiant says that they've done commercials as well. I'm told that's where the money's at. Like, if you actually want to make a living off of voice acting, you've got to get that commercial money, which is understandable. Oh, because one of the pools has Oh yeah. So one of the pools has a key in it that we need to fish out. Does that make sense? The VO performer is Gabor. I am not going to try because I do not want to butcher that person's actual people name. Alright, so first close the pipes, then the pumps. Don't forget to open the flushing line on the computer. Alright. Makes perfect sense. And this is all dank and nasty. It still amused me that the gentleman that played Geralt in the Witcher game was the main VO person for was it Tales of Iron? It was some kind of mouse pun. The really, really good like side-scrolling story rat venture. Alright. So we close this. There we go. We open the turquoise line and then we close these two, right? The flushing lines. And that should let us drain the pools, yeah? Yeah. Alright. Green across the board. Let's flush some pools. Why isn't it working? Fuck. Dude literally told me how to do it.
That's 3 packs of camera batteries.
Love it. The video game. You know what you need. It's a video game about beer. Man, how about you, friends? That bird looks rather menacing. Perhaps even, I wouldn't go so far as to say angry, but... Okay, you know what, Valiant, that's not a bad idea. Let's try shouting at it a little bit more. Why won't you work, you piece of shit? Okay, so the voice activation commands have not been implemented yet. Okay, alright. The irony is that, Valiant, tomorrow we're playing a game which you actually do control with your voice.
Only 2 packs left. That makes 2 packs of spares for the flashlight.
Okay. Couldn't possibly comment. God, I have the itchiest nose today. You'll be fine. You got good strong knees. Okay, so if we want to clear out these pools and find the key that we need... Alright, so first close the pumps, then the pipes. Don't forget to open the flushing line, the turquoise line on the computer. So why can't we control the pools? So do we have to flush them first to be able to flush the other two? God, I'm fucking up here somewhere, friend. I just don't know where. Alright, well, let's check the skanky-ass basement. Maybe there's like an I win button down here. So at least we can move around a little bit better. Okay. That doesn't seem good. That seems bad.
Only 1 pack of batteries left.
Ah, you'll be fine, mate. Haha! The old sneaky cheeky! Now we have a crank handle. And I don't know where it goes. Oh, here we go. Ha-ha! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. This seems bad. This seems bad. This seems like a really bad idea. The words of Abraham Lincoln fucking wee! Woo! Although one of the things, friends, that Valiant Steel was saying is there is a lot more to this game. There's like an in-game ARG, there's potentially multiple endings and a lot to explore. So please don't think that like this is the everything that we're seeing here. This absolutely is not of the traditional kind of walking sim sort. Oh. I was like, man, this loading's taking a while. Wait a second. I'm in the dark. Book, there are not sewer sharks in this. And this is certainly not related to the seminal Sega Saturn video game, Sewer Sharks. Well, at least I know where we're going. But yeah, so Sadlin, how you been doing, friend? Sorry. And I guess like Book and everybody who's just joined us. I kind of lost like the last 2 days, so I don't have too much in the way of excellent stories. And apparently we're just straight up in the Blackout Club again, so cool. Welcome to Proto Redacre, starring me, Will. This seems fine. Seems fine. Just so fine. Like, our character better be getting paid the fecking big bucks to go into, like, old, caved-in environments. Oh. I keep forgetting we have to document everything that's fucked. Well, that's not too... I mean, like, y'all for staying healthy. Sounds like a good way to spend a day, Sadlin. I've heard much tale of this being healthy thing. And it apparently comes highly recommended, but I'm not sure if I'm sold on it just yet. This is not okay. Our character apparently just has no regard for their own safety.
That makes 2 packs of spares for the flashlight.
Oh, a hard crash. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. I'm glad you're okay. I mean, and bruises are awesome, as is well documented, but still. Yeah, like I said, same as B says, just glad you're okay, friend. In fact, I completely misread that. Oh, this is pretty, though. Weirdly, it's reminding me
4
of...
4 packs of flashlight batteries.
Nice. It's weirdly reminding me of Maze. You know, the game with the cantankerous bear and like the burnt out facility. It's really reminding me of that. Just, you know, sans horror element, obviously.
I have 5 stacks of flashlight batteries now.
Oh, don't give me 5 packets. That's not good.
It's not good.
That's not good. This is some very creative. Yeah.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Lots in short service. All right, so next time, make a delivery. Don't trust the idiot Matt with distributing it. Darn it, Matt! I can't believe you've done this. Okay, so you are here, and there are supply routes and mushrooms. All right. Well, apparently, friends, we are getting riggedy. Oh, is this like a cool budget sauna? I mean, I hope it's that and not like a heated budget shitting station. No, there's the pooing station. There it is. That's...
Who's shitting in everybody's drinking water?
I mean, that's the question we have to ask, friend. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't like this. Yep, and he's dead.
Intriguing. Interesting. Who's shitting in everybody's drinking water?
Okay, so. Absolutely saving the game. And then I guess we have to kind of do like the whole like lean back and forward maneuver. Oh yeah, this old chestnut. That's why I gave it so many flashlight batteries, so we can kind of... Something out there sounds like actual feckin' Half-Life, so... Not good! Dude, you are clearly not getting paid enough for this.
Still 4 packs left.
We're going to die down here. Don't like how there's noises behind us. I'm just not going to look. I don't like this. Clap, 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 clap. Oh, fuck! In the game's defense, it's not making me do the whole thing again. Yeah, the game is being nice, and I really appreciate that. Oh, Peebles and bin bags. That's on me! Oh no, this way. Come on back. Come on. Oh, fuck! Should be okay. Ah, shit. Sorry, friends. That was on me. I was looking around to see if that was where we had to head next. Don't you fucking dare, mate. Time to scale this sketchy ship. Doo-da, doo-da. Hope I get it. Oh, fuck you! Way with it. Oh, ba-doo-da-da. No!
Is this multiplayer?
I mean, with you lot around, it's all multiplayer, right? Vanderbeest, thank you kindly for the 200. Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-da, doo-da. Hope I get away with it. Oh, go fuck yourself!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Sorry, Spence Matt, that wasn't directed at you. I hope you know that.
What ho?
What ho indeed. How are you doing? Spence Matt, thank you for 30 months. Sorry. 30 months is a fucking massive amount of time. I didn't mean to sound like you've just casually bought a packet of skips at the feckin' corner shop. Thank you. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Tell me your tales. The closest thing I did to anything interesting was, well, I guess, you know, Caffeine did take me out for a bevy on Sunday night, because I was not doing good. And we somehow met a guy who works as like a technical artist over at Unity, which was fascinating. I've invited him to come hang out with you lot and either like help you all or banter with you lot for feedback. I cannot hold a conversation and play this at the same time. Spence Matt's doing good and just played Assassin's Creed Valhalla all weekend. That sounds like a fucking good weekend. Meep, meep, meep. It's my sailing noises. You wouldn't think I'd be spending loads of time playing Sea of Bloody Thieves, would you? Can direct and navigate a galleon across the fucking 7 seas, but I can't seem to get a fucking pallet board down a tunnel stream. Like, I can see the bottom of the water. I can practically paddle through this. Sorry. I'm not mad at the game. It's one of those where the situation is frustrating, but within the confines of the experience. Does that make a weird sense?
Only one pack of batteries left.
None the fuck. That seems fine. Eating those mushrooms seems totally fine. Inhaling these spores, no downsides. Streamer streams, a tunnel stream, screaming. More on this, the news at 10. Ooh, hey, Duke of Dim, I'll take second monitor. Obviously, the biggest compliment is big telly. Like, if you make it up onto the big telly, that's how you know you've arrived. What? Oh, no. This is not good. Something's clipping. I might have broken it, Spence, Matt. There we go.
Only one pack of batteries left.
Alright, so I can't go to that other side, but I just can take a clip of it. And yeah, it does look like it's a bunch of radioactive mushrooms. Like fancy sour candy. We're in the land of old Greg. This is where old Greg lives. He's gonna touch his stuff. I see my watercolors. You ever drunk Baileys from a shoe? There's that bear again. I'm starting to worry that it's not multiple teddy bears we've seen throughout this run, it's the same teddy bear. Also, Jackie Fox, next. We're nearly through it, friends. I want to see my downstairs mix up from old Greg. Of all the things that became like the quotable parts of the Mighty Boosh, the fact that old Greg was definitely one of them. Not Nanatu. Or Nanageddon. I'm not dead! And honestly, no one is more surprised than I am. This is fine. This is all fine. You know, you're right. While it is the same teddy bear that's been following us, it's obviously not creepy or weird. It's obviously doing it out of, you know, like, concern. Also, the water is going to be super picking up speed after this. Yeah, so Duke of Dim, this is actually, piss. This isn't the piss engine, sorry. This is Source Engine 2? 2. I call this maneuver the rod for my own back. Oh, I broke my knees, but I'm not dead! I am in severe pain. It's one of those max pain painkillers going on right about now. My shins, and everything that's not quite my shins. I should be able to pull that off. Yeah, so for those of you who just joined us, Valiant Steed in chat has played a lot this game. It's been kind of giving us the skinny. Because the thing was, I was just intrigued by it because it's pretty and it's non-combat based. Like, this is a genuinely intriguing game. So I was like, oh shit, we should give this a stream at some point. I wasn't aware of the fact that this was originally a mod that then got kickstarted, greenlit and all that, and then was re-released as a standalone game. So much like the Forgotten City and elements like that. And then he died. The end. Okay. For a second there I was worried that our goal was to try and get through that without dying horribly. Alright, so there's nothing to be doing on that side apart from breaking our fucking shins. Yeah, and then the person died in the radioactive shit sewers. The end. Yeah, I need to make another post about the Snog, Marry, Avoid, which is the more polite version of Fuck, Marry, Kill. I was feeling mischievous yesterday, so I put up Fuck, Marry, Kill, Unity, Unreal, got it? Or Unreal, Unity, got it, I forget. Which is very much cat amongst the pigeons, but I didn't realise how many dev friends have been hurt by Unity. And I'm not saying Unity is a bad engine. I'm not dissing on Unity or the people who work on it. Like, feckin' props to them. It's more that I didn't realise how many people had scars. And it was kind of... I felt a little bad because it was right after we made friends with someone who works at Unity full-time. Because I don't know if I have that many, like, friendos at Unity these days, you know? We've got a new version of this piece of shit. It's way better. Are they talking about me? Okay, can it be used when the generators are turned on? Alright. Alright, so let's go find some power. Up is good, down is bad. That's the Half-Life way. Important files. Very, very important files. Oh boy, so important. Come back here. You have batteries for me.
That makes 2 packs of spares for the camera.
Do not turn on generator G2. Don't do it.
Interesting.
Cryo6 was saying that Ori and Will-O-Wisp was in Unity. Yeah. I mean, we talked about this a lot. God. You know what? Days and times are all starting to feckin' blur into one another. But, the irony with Unity is that the free version of the engine is the one that is the most promoted due to how it works. I'm so good. We're going up to the surface. Effect this. Mate, at this point, like, call in your friend. Say, hey, a lot of death going on down here, not gonna lie. Probably need to get one of those, like, radiation treatment. Okay. So someone's making some, like, heinous mushroom beer. Alright. If that's what you're about. Alright, which was the one we weren't supposed to turn on? Was it G4 or G3? Definitely 2 and 1 are fine. So, right. 1. Was it G2? Okay, so I might have broken them.
This section of the game feels a little underpowered.
Fuck off, Bunt. I'm doing my best here! You guys are so mean! Punt Spectre, thank you for the 200, friend.
Only 2 packs left.
You need to put a better fucking flashlight, mate.
When I founded my company, I was sure that it would be successful. But when we started building the Two Gorges Dam, problems started to appear. We didn't have much money, and the project was very expensive. I did
That'll
my
do
best
it.
to reduce the cost, but the damage had already been done. Then Stahlberg Steel went bankrupt. It was one of my company's major clients. After that, our revenue shrunk to almost nothing. Eventually, I had no choice but to sell the company. I was about to close the deal with a man...
What? I can't hear you over all these sirens!
But he backed out at the last minute. My only option was to sell the company to Jeff Walton.
Fucking Jeff.
The man whose last 2
God!
acquisitions had resulted in bankruptcy. Of course, I had my doubts about the acquisition, but I figured it would be better than nothing.
You thought wrong!
Little did I know
You did bad business!
to such an unsafe living environment, and ultimately the death of many innocents, including my wife and only child.
What?
So that coward is out there hiding somewhere. I'm going to find him and make him taste his own medicine.
Fascinating.
Alright. Enter the code to turn off the alarm. There we go. Alright, so we've got to override G2. Cool. And then we can bring the other 2 generators online.
There we go.
Woohoo! Do. I am solving some problems. Alright, let's go back up. Do you all ever do that thing where you're like a cafe or like a B&B or something, and they hand you the code for the Wi-Fi, and you're like, wow, this is an impressive long number character string. I can't believe they did. It's just counting down from 9. Do you all ever encounter that? Alright, where's the fucking control room? Where'd you bastards put it? I need to push buttons. I will say, like, the urban exploring vibe of this whole thing is definitely impressive. Oh, here we go. So, alright, main is on. So let's... So, warnings 2. So let's check out the warnings. Alright. Alarm off, green button. Flood door, red button. So, well, the alarm is off. That's cool. Alright, back to main. Alright, turn lights red. Alright, so the lights are now green, so that's good. So there's an error 204 on the alarm system. And the flood doors, there's not a lot. Flood doors A1, A4, B4. Reset the doors, red button. So we're going to find A1 and B4. Onward! Excuse me, itchy nose. Yeah, did my Bluetooth just connect? Alright. Useful, but not vital. Alright, here's B2. Oh, B1 and B2. Alright, let's see if we can make these things do the thing. Because I don't think we can get through it, but we can remove the warnings. Oh, this is a...
I'm pretty sure that's not meant to be like that.
Oh, what gave it away? I just found our green mushrooms in a book. They're actually pretty well documented, and weirdly enough, Stahlberg is pretty much the only place where they grow. First discovered while building this tunnel. Now the sewers and underground places are full of these very poisonous mushrooms. They've been known to cause hallucinations, strange behavior, and even death. That's right, hallucinations. I'm grabbing as many of these as I can carry.
Intriguing.
Also, if we were doing the in-game ARG, there's like notes scribbled upside down on that one. Feckin' love it. Did someone say drugs? Obviously, we would never condone the use of illegal substances on this Twitch.television. Of course not. And none of us here have ever done anything that would be constitutionally described as illegal substances. No, of course not. That's it, that's the sentence. What do you mean, waver to cover my ass? Oh, I'm hurt and offended by that accusation. Alright. Reset doors, red button. Alright, so it's A1 and B4. Before what? Sorry, you know what? That was a bad joke. That wasn't my best work, and I will be submitting a formal apology to the Longship after the stream. Aha! Oh, sweet fucking mercy. It's the outdoors! Like, at this point, we found poisonous mushrooms. We found so much weird stuff. Like, unless this job is paying him the millions, dude, it's not worth it. Like, you're seriously the guy who went back into the tomb, like, end of the mummy levels of Starpit. But instead, you're not doing it for a boatload of cash. Puns! Sorry, Pun says that if your drugs let you see small things better, then I consider that high definition. But Valiant Steed was saying, this game has a tie-in game. It's a survival RPG in early access called Open Sewer. Plays in the other part of Storberg and it's all about surviving and making booze and such. That sounds more humorous and mimetic. How is it? Like, obviously I've not played it. I've been quite tempted to go back to some of the modded runs of was it Shadows of Pipriat, the last of the Stalker games, because after we did oh god, Attica? Yeah, Attica. I've been talking a lot about the Stalker series, and there've been quite a few people going, well, hang on. This isn't a game I'm aware of, and I realised that Stalker's one of those incredibly influential games that not everybody played. Because of, you know, you had to have a functioning PC during the kind of the dark ages of PC gaming. You know, when EA was pumping out, like, terrible budget PC ports in the ilk. Guess that's where we're going, but there's some flashy stuff over there, so I'm gonna go check it out. So B does everything. I'm sorry to inform you that we already did a run through of Stray. It is over on YouTube if you'd like to watch the VOD. Obviously, I fucking loved it. You don't need to. You don't need to guess on that one. But yeah, Cryosticks, the Age of Vista. That's a great way to describe it. Sipsty Max. Favorite, right. Turn this on. Alright. On.
Another one fixed.
Okie dokie Loki. Introducing The Man Who Doesn't Learn. The story of one person's adventures on fucking elevators. Shenanigans. Anyway, we've got the key to the gate, so we can keep going down that way. Pun Spectre has asked if we're about to reach the find out stage. Well, as soon as the mushrooms kick in, then certainly. And remember, kids, you can't think your way out of a trip. Woohoo! Well, so B, I've been lucky enough to get help from Skadi, who is our kind of resident editor and uploader. So
that's 3 packs of flashlight batteries.
Yeah. So according to the Twitch affiliate contract, the VODs usually go up the day after. Or there have been quite a few times though where because of technical problems, Scotty's had to has been kind enough, I should say. This tunnel is closed. New war tunnel is constructed. Keep out.
Only 1 pack of batteries left.
Yeah, so usually the uploads go up the day after, but when we've had like technical hiccups or the internet's been a bit shite, Scotty's been very kind and can like stitch things together or split them apart, so you can watch them on YouTube. One individual is currently going through every Sea of Thieves evening that we've done, and like I'm so glad they're having a good time with it. I'm impressed. Like, that's a Herculean undertaking. That's, I found catching up on Critical Role to be too easy levels. Because the thing is, with Sea of Thieves, it's an emergent game. You never know when it's going to be an absolute unmitigated banger and when it's going to be, so-so. Because it's not up to, you know, we always have a good time, but, you know, sorry, I'm trying to think how to phrase it right, because I've never had a bad time with Sea of Thieves, but did I loop us back around? Did we get stuck in the tunnels? I kind of feel like I've fecked up a little bit here.
Only 2 packs left.
Okay, now we came in through those tunnels. Oh yeah, no, we did come around this way. Sorry! Yeah, sometimes the runs on the Sea of Thieves will be calm and will be an evening of banter. Sometimes players mess with us.
Not to get anyone in trouble, but I hear while mushrooms are hard to get into, they'll grow on you. They're fun guides on your frequent trips, and you'll never get spored.
You're proud of yourself for that one as well, Puns. Is that... Puns. Again, thank you for the bits. Like, you'll know... Even if the terrible jokes do me a damage like that one. Oh, okay. Here is a complete and utter conversation change. Oh shoot, let me finish my previous thought. If any of you do start like rewatching the VODs, please like leave comments and stuff. Not because we need YouTube to take off. If it does or it doesn't, meh. Like, it's there so y'all can catch up if you miss anything. Or if suddenly Twitch decides to give up the ghost and we have to do things the old-fashioned way. But if you leave comments and stuff, it lets Scotty know that, you know, people are giving it a proper watch, and that's always lovely to know. And 2, it lets me know which bits and stuff you all enjoy, so... Mate, this is so precarious. Why are you doing this? You are not getting paid enough for this. Come with me, and we'll see. A world of OSHA violations. But yeah, so one person's watching all of the Sea of Thieves VODs, and their goal is to choose one Yar-worthy moment in every episode.
That makes 2 packs of spares for the camera.
Keep the gate. Jobs. Oh, good one. Oh, you're kidding me. Wait, don't tell me this is the same door we're trying to get into on the other side. Oh, nope, 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 nope.
That's 3 packs of flashlight batteries.
Dude, it's TNT. How is this not dangerous? Oh, wait, no, those are the tubes you would put explosives in. Okay, sorry. I was about to freak out. B, thank you kindly. Thing is, YouTube's never been a big thing for myself because I used to use it to learn how to make videos for companies I work for.
Hi, hello, I'm about to head to bed and saw that you were playing Totally Safe, very paid for day at work, so I had to come by and send some love.
Well, to the Smug Rainbow Pony, thank you. That's $5 in bits to keeping this going. So seriously, thank you. Oh yeah, if you've played this game before, then you know better than I. This is fucking brilliant. This is my first run through of it, and thanks to Plunge and Valiant and stuff, I'm learning how much this game has to it.
That's not good.
Nope. I need you to bring me the dynamite down. Who gave Eric dynamite?
Fascinating.
Such a bad idea.
That's 3 packs of camera batteries.
That's explosives. Those are explosives. So I take it we're basically... Yeah. So we can get through here, but we can also cause huge explosions. Alright, so that's the 3 switches. So at some point we've got to find another fuse box for that bit.
Press the button, press the shiny red explodey button.
Alright, I will! I mean, Crux, I'm very grateful for 200 bits, as you well know, but you don't have to bribe me to explode things. You bribe me to do dumb, uncomfortable, or scary things, but things that involve me blowing the absolute hot fuck out of a tunnel, you're good. Like, it's an easy sell. Do. Alright, is there another one? Because it does give us 2 sticks of dynamite. I wonder if there's another line. There is. Goes all the way over that way. So, Crux, here's what I'll say. Because you threw in bits for explosions, let's make it more explodey. Alright, so there's a cable going out this way. Seems to power a larger portion. It goes over that fuse box, doesn't it? So, Valiant, is there another place I should put this for an explosion? Because we've got 2 sticks of dynamite, and I think we've found the one place we need to put the splodey. So, party stick? Not to your knowledge. Okay. Well, thank you. I'll tell you what, Crux. I'll put it over here, and if it causes an awesome boom bada boom moment, then good times all round. And if not, then I'm sorry. You know, we tried. Good old nitroglycerin. It's weird the moments that you take from TV shows that you don't particularly enjoy. Like, I really enjoyed Lost when it started, like, about 1,000 million other people, but after a point, I just kind of got bored with it. But one of the episodes I remember is they find an old box of TNT, and because TNT is primarily made with glycerin, or nitroglycerin, it sweats. And when it sweats, it becomes unstable, meaning that you can explode it by accident, and they do. Alright, fire in the hole! 2 bells! Newt newt! This is fine. Sweaty dynamite is not fun. There are only a handful of activities where being sweaty is considered to be a plus. Explosions, not one of them. Okay, Valiant also says that this whole construction area is from the 80s, and it's 2016 in-game. Ooh, but... Look at this useful thing. Look at this useful thing. Running back past explosions. Look at this useful thing. God. Are there any, like, snapshot moments you can think of from TV shows you didn't particularly like? Okay, like obviously is a strong word, but like... I absolutely loved shows like Quantum Leap, Sliders, feckin' SG-1, that whole vein. But I didn't particularly like, you know, ER, but it was just something that the parental unit would have on. Alright, so those are all lined up. And what does that do for us? Was that perhaps the other way to get through here, I wonder? No, it opens up this thing over here. Ha-ha! I am so smart. I am so smart. There was one episode of ER where a guy gets his whole ass arm just chopped right off. I think about that a lot. Ah, okay, so we're on the other side. I guess otherwise we would have need to have done some more complex puzzle solving. Yeah! I mean, Vibrant, it wasn't all bangers. And I'm glad that as a...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Skynix, how are you doing, friend?
47. Blimey.
Yeah, not too shabby, eh? Not too shabby. How's it going, friend? We are playing INFRA. And it is very good. Except for I might have just biffed the order in which we do things. So, once again, go well! Me and my magical shins causing trouble. But no, Skynix. That is an inordinate amount of time, and I really, really, really hope by now you'll know that is a very big deal. So thank you. Oh, it's the Vanillian Ice maneuver. We have to get up to get down. Okay. Infra penny! Infra pen! Damn it, Vanderbeest. Now I want strawberries, weirdly. Doop-de-doo apples and pears. I was at Violet's funeral. Whee! Whee! This is perfectly safe, with no chance of injury. Alright, so I think I've got to build... Yeah, I've got to build like a little tower over that way. Alright, come on, boxes. You feckers have been in a Half-Life game before. You know what's expected of you. God darn it. Ugh, I can't believe you've done this! You guys are so fired when I get home. There we go. Well, Vanderbeest, if we do another day on this, that is the name of the next stream.
Someone should get that fixed.
Oh, achievement unlocked. Photographist. You know what, Bacon? You make a good point. Although if this was a Half-Life game, I'd be able to get, like, I don't know, a fucking machine gun in one of those boxes. Not quite sure how a machine gun would help in the situation, but it made me feel better. And Edwin, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! It feels like it's been a million years. How you doing?
4 packs of flashlight batteries.
Welcome to the Stalberg Times. Bergman Group begins work on a new fresh water tunnel. DC-10 crashes in Chicago, killing a shitload of people.
Feck your fish, I have a gun.
Right?
Interesting.
Oh yeah, Valiant. If Mark here got his hands on the HEV Mark IV hazardous protection suit for use in hazardous... Oh, I used to know that verbatim. Welcome to the HEV Mark IV. Alright, well, something cool is in there. Oh, whoop whoop! Sorry, I didn't realise you were on Freedom Planet 2. Were you down at Paxstralia? In which case, welcome back. I hope you had an excellent time.
Three packs left.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey!
Wait. What?
Yeah. To the man, that's 4 years of subs.
Rubber bullets, I'm not touching that.
How are you doing, friend? Oh, excuse me for the cheeky tea burps. Oh, way cool! Edwin, I had no idea. I mean, I hope I've told you this repeatedly, but yeah, if there's ever anything... If there's anything ever us numpties over at the Longship can help with, like, we feckin' got you, yo. Alright. So we've got this long-ass tunnel. I feel like that is important. And somehow we've got to get across this. Or at least far enough in so we can turn stuff off. Guess we got... Oh! Nerd! Pangu noise intensifies. But yeah, so, Edwin, did Freedom Planet drop already, or is it dropping? I've not been on the ball for a little bit. Alongside just like a lot of stuff happening in real life, these feckin' teddy bears keep following me. Like, what the shit? What the shit, bear? Also, Edwin, since last we saw you, I've done a few, like, little, Oh, wait, cool. So it dropped last month. I'm so sorry I missed it. I've been helping out a lot of no-cost, low-cost indie teams of late. And while it's really cool, it's nothing stopping me from helping out my friendos, you know what I mean? It was kind of cool. I set up like almost like a little stand. Like, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Kind of like maybe street preacher's the wrong term. But like a weird punk guy selling lemonade for $2 on a strange corner of the internet. And it's been nice. There we go. I'm definitely going to save it though, because I feel like I'm about to get moided. Oh, numbers! What's been going down? My day's been... Yes! It's not been awful. You know. What's been going down with your good self, numbers? So the Mariners managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. No! I'm sorry, friend. Also, I think I know how we've got to do this. And I don't want to. So we've got to turn the power on to open the doors, which electrifies the water. But oh no! Numbers is saying that the team was 1 out away from winning. Yes, we're supposed to use this time to kind of patch the floor, essentially. Basically, like, the lightning version of the floor is lava. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. So they just needed to strike out one person, and that would have been a great victory for all. That's shenanigans. That is scientific grade bullshit and chips. Do not worry, my friend. Your time will come. A time of power. Victory. Alright, and from that point onwards we can do like the little like shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Wow. It strikes me that we should be able to get into this door. What have I missed? So Valiant, would you mind letting me know what it is that I'm missing on this point? Because I'm definitely feeling the, you know, the return of the brain dead. Then I get crispy fried. 4 fuses, 4 doors, right. So I've missed a fuse. Alright, some are optional. Pass! It's alright, I can work this out. And B, I don't know. I mean, this game is really easygoing, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Like, it's not a stress or a struggle to get stuck into this, let me tell you. And the fuses are labelled as well. Okay. This looks like a job for many crates. Sorry, I was considering like a Socrates joke. Ah. Oh, dynamite storage, and small office. Ah. Alright, so we do need to find those. However... yeah, dynamite storage. Yeah, we got this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, so those were all buildings that we passed on the way up here. So... in the words of Abraham Lincoln, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. This sort of gets us back here. We could build a stack up that way, but that is a lot of work. Easier than just putting a few boxes over this way. But yeah, so again, numbers. I don't know what the correct response is. Sorry your team didn't do so good, but here's to hoping the rest of your day kicks more ass. We've been playing this today, and it's a non-combat kind of like explore and puzzle game. We play like an architect review person. And for some reason we keep getting ourselves into worse and worse situations because of, I'm just going to go ahead and say, reasons. Oh, and to answer your question, Edwin, we're probably going to have to centipede across the crates. Our is to get down. So basically, I had a feeling this would happen. Alright, so that's good. I just thought the door was going to open outwards and feck up my day even more. Alright, storage! Who wants explosions?
4 packs of camera batteries.
And there's the other one. Quick drying rainbow paint! That's every kind of paint! And we'll go back and get the fuse in just a second. I'm really impressed with how they're able to use like a lot of the more simplistic systems within the Source engine to make some genuinely engaging puzzles. Like that I was not expecting.
Intriguing.
I'll intrigue your face. Sorry, I didn't think that through. So this is tunnel report. Excavation sites putting the old tunnel in danger of collapsing. That's bad. Explosions already caused several fractures. That's bad. After the new owner stepped in, fucking Jeff, the tunnel's construction has been almost stopped and several workers have been moved from other projects. There are numerous complaints about the working conditions and the probability of a strike is high. We do not have a lot of money left. Because some of it was allocated to other projects and the whole tunnel construction is in danger of cancellation. The new hydroelectric power plant construction is also close to termination. They were demanding answers. So yesterday Alex Hartman came for a visit. That's not good! Where's dynamite storage again? Just asking for a friend. Friend is me. Friend wants more explosions! Alright, I can't be asked to get back that far, but just for the record, we did open the room titled Explosions. Yeah, that fucking raft. Alright, we've got all the goodies from here. Now we just need this. Did I save one of the crates? I did not, because I'm a dingus! Got a real Oh, fuck you! Stupid ass lightning. Stupid ass shock my feelies. Bumped my head, fell in the water. Alright.
Intriguing.
Intrigue your stupid face. Sorry, I don't know why I'm heckling the voice actor of this. Alright, sorry. Of course my dumbass has used up all of the...
Only 2 packs left.
Yeah, my dumbass has used up all of the crates. Okay. I clipped the box! I don't know whose fault this is, but it is somebody else's fault.
Intriguing.
Dear diary, today I attempted to cross a small piece of water. I was lightninged in the genitals 17 times. For some reason, I am not given the sweet embrace of death. Must continue to have my nether regions blasted off by a gajillion trillion volts each time. Tell my wife I still love her, and that I can feel nothing below the waist.
Only 2 packs left.
I'll 2-pack you. Oh, sorry, friends. I don't know where that came from. That wasn't a good line. That wasn't what I meant it. Alright. But don't worry, we should be okay. We're just going to go up and over. So, we'll take the rafters. You know what, Edwin? I blame those video games as well. Not just video game physics, but video games as a whole. Like, the Fortnites and the crushed candies, they're polluting the minds of young construction workers like this who think they can solve problems in an easy way. No, we need to get back to sensible problems. Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to tell you, Edwin, but yeah, I think the future architects of tomorrow they're getting their brains rotted with all of this. These bleep bloops and these video games. Soon kids will think they'll be able to put up a brick wall without even oh, fuck. Nobody sneeze. Nobody sneeze. Nobody sneeze. Yep. More tepid dynamite. Gotta love it. Edwin's like, I want to light a match and throw it in as a treat. Now, if we wanted a challenge, we could turn the lightning back on. We could build a stack. Open this door. Actually, you know what? I think we can do it. I'm going to save it first. I think we can do this. Yeah, they're just moist sticks of sugar. What's not to like? Moist sugar sticks. Hot. I will say though, But just because we have a couple of new people here, I don't despise Fortnite. Eventually one game was going to do well enough to be able to bring all these IPs together, and I'm glad it was one of our own, you know? Epic's by no means like the little friend round the corner, but it's not like, you know, it's not EA, it's not Warner's. It could have been somebody much, much worse that ended up, like, getting the formula down pat. And especially when we see the kind of sweaty tech bros who keep saying words like Web3 and Metaverse. Like, those are the kind of people I would be infuriated if they became, like, the be-alls and end-alls of the video games industry. But thankfully it's not. Yeah, there are worse companies who could stumble upon the next big winner. And it were them. And I'm okay with that. What the bloody hell is all this? Oh, so if we didn't get the key, we could have just gone through here. Alright. Well, so Edwin, I do know what you mean, and the amount of time I spend, like, talking about, like, this is how it used to be these days makes me feel older and older. But, what I will say is, we can capture the nostalgia of the old internet without having to go back to how it was, you know?
3 packs left.
Like, games like Hypnospace Outlaw and stuff like that get us the experience.
4 packs of camera batteries.
The Tunnel of Water Trees. Feck your milk! How very convenient. Feels a little bit like someone's leading the way for us, but alright, alright. God, yeah. And then, like, the irony being that Google rose to power by being the only unpaid, like, unheavily advertised search engine to become the search engine which makes money by advertising and selling things. No one asks Jeeves shit anymore. I don't even know if Jeeves is still employed. Has anyone checked in on him? Like, you know, the Downton Abbey lot were never good to their footmen, to their butlers, and, you know, I'm worried. Chapter 4, Heavy Industries of the Past. Oh, shit! This is like that time we Googled heavy water a whole bunch and probably ended up on a feckin' watch list. Amos whinging from the other room. Baby boy, you don't need heavy water.
Let's hope the rebar holds until the repairs.
Right, so there's one way up, and here's a way back. Stolberg, future? Your future? No work, no home, the only place to have a better future? It's the open sewer. Okay, so that was the thing you were talking about, Valiant with their other title. Okay. Yeah, Hasta la Vista, Yahoo. We speak the old words. Okay, so firstly, I mean, Park, you are correct, but if Jeeves is dead, like, I feel like we should have like a funeral for him or something, like a wake. He wasn't good, but he was there for us. He was our Alfred to the young, lawless Batmans that we were of the internet. I don't know if Batmans would be the term for those of us who... But when I think about just how unsupervised we were all back in the day, like... Oh, thank God it's the outside world. I'm sure we could go bust open that room full of tools, but right now, let's enjoy this. God, this reminds me of the, was it the sugar plant factory from Left 4 Dead 2?
Could use some bolt cutters again.
Wait, did you leave him behind? I did see that you can get folding bolt cutters online. And the thing is, I've not needed bolt cutters. I shouldn't have bolt cutters because they will facilitate shenanigans. But folding bolt cutters is like the ultimate tool in any video game. And I want them. Valiant, I do miss the noise of dial-up. I don't miss the functionality and the effect. Oh.
I should probably let the guys at the office know where I am.
Yeah, that's up to you, mate.
Great. There's no signal.
Of course not.
There should be a cell transceiver up in the old steel factory tower.
Oh yeah, so Cryosticks was saying that their parents let them watch like the gory movies back in the day, and I'm not like I'm not dissing on that. It's just for most of us here, like as a group, we were given access to the internet completely unsupervised from a very young age, and y'all don't need me to tell you that giving a child the breadth and depth of human knowledge has some downsides. Now, obviously, we would never, ever, 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 ever condone illegal activities on this Twitch.television. Never, ever, ever. And I would never say to you all some fictitious story like, as a child, downloading the Anarchist's cookbook and trying to make a smoke bomb and stinking of rotten eggs for 2 days because we fecked it up. Like, I would never have a story to tell like that. God, it was a wild time. I need the bolt cutters from the shed, don't I? Back we go! Alright. Oh, okay, so we need to get in there. So we need to get into these pipes here. Oh, okay, so we need to go up, round, drop down. Alright, I get it! God. Now, I will say, I've always loved hacking games. I've never been a network security specialist, but I've always loved the romantic dream of hacking. And Phreaking was probably the closest we got to that, like, being able to get into phone networks through the medium of playing the right tone at the right time. Like, that's feckin' fun. There was a gap in the fence here. We had to drop down. Ah, here we go. Ah! My knees! Did any of you play Uplink back in the day? Sorry if we talked about this before, but I love it. That's the one I still think about fondly. You know, bouncing servers across the world, dialing in, trying to finish your hack and get out before the FBI can trace you back to your remote terminal. Ah, good times. The irony would be that would be the same team that would go on to make Prison Architect.
That's 3 packs of flashlight batteries.
In fact, Prison Architect would be the very thing that saved him. Just so you know, it says, card. A dingleberry has robbed. To blast. Press glass to return to PCP. Or press horsewhip lump owl to tune your shirt. If you do this, you will lose any dripping blowfish in immense frogs. Error 52. 3DF6. Wrinkle. Any key to continue.
Interesting.
Now, again, Valiant, we're obviously talking about video games. We're not talking about real-world security things at all. Because, you know, I never used to do IP scanning as a kid. And I absolutely did not have a little old lady's computer somewhere in the Midwest.
Old steel factory.
Where
this
I
place
would...
is abandoned, so I don't need to take any pictures here.
Okay. I obviously did not use that as kind of like as an off-site storage.
Only 2 packs left.
Because they had the it was like the Windows port that would just let you direct remote control someone's rig, and they just had it open. Obviously, this is a fictitious story. To this day, I wish I'd like left them a note saying thank you. I did not break their computer. I didn't feck with anything. It was just like my young little anarchist self would have had some kind of like, you know, storage spot. I will say, so Valiant Steel, are you aware of a game called Night Team 4? I always get shit from the Americans as they cannot pass my pronunciation of it, because it's Night Team 4. But that's a more modern hacking game, once again made by Alison Smith, the ARG company, and it's so good! Like, if you go hard into it, you can actually unlock kind of like a group MMO mode. Kisa! How are you doing? Watto and welcome! Welcome to, oh god. Welcome to the world's most boring rave, apparently. Everyone's already called it. Nerds. Looked a while back, didn't play it. Hey, I cannot recommend it enough. It's so good. I mean, it's a very solitary experience. What I did with the Longship is we played, I think, like the first couple of missions together, which was really cool. Then I played the rest by myself. And, oh, that's done like that.
That's 3 packs of flashlight batteries.
And a flashlight that doesn't work. And I threw it on the ground! Bam! I don't need your broken flashlight! In Finland, we rave alone. Hey, every party's a party if it's a party of... Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Call yourself, crows. Follow the light. Oh, that sounds way cool. That sounds way cool. It's blocked from this side. Alright. I will say, the thing that this game is capturing that I haven't experienced in quite some time is this feeling of like urban exploration. You know, finding these lost places in time. Because it's not like this environment is different from any other games we've played. You know, this is Left 4 Dead, this is whatever that time travel one was set in Russia. Like, there's a lot about this game that's very familiar because of its structure and how it's laid out. But the vibe, the feeling it gives, it really does feel like we're sifting through an ancient civilization, because there's no monster at our heels, there's no enemy at the gates. You know, we're not trying to stop Russian time ninjas or stop the creatures of Pandora's box that have spilled out. All we're trying to do right now is just explore and find our way through. So, Megalyn, I know we're referencing this game, but that is the best description of, like, self-aware Stanley Parable. How's it going? Yeah, we're having a trundle through. Just having a natter, really. This game's got such a lovely, smooth pace to it that it's great for conversation. And friends, I think we'll probably end up doing another day on this next week. Which also means that next week's schedule's already done. I can fill it in. Be great. Megalyn, you know what? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Like, once again, like, everything around stream stuff is very stressful, and there is a lot that needs fixing and solving, but this, the here and the now, hanging out with all of your lovely selves, is going feckin' brilliant. Okay, so I think it is, we definitely have to go into a large area and just parkour. But yeah, so jumping back. Oh, Lyris, welcome back. Yeah, we've gotten pretty far out the office. Although this isn't part of our designated site, so we don't have to document this. But jumping back, like, that feeling of urban exploration is a very complicated one to create, because you're essentially trying to go for a haunting, almost spooky vibe, but not fear. Like, this, it needs to feel like a place long dead, but not a place that will kill you. Does that make sense? Like, what little urban exploration I've done in my lifetime, it always feels like there's something weirdly mystical about it. Like, it feels like everyone just got up and left. No reason, no exploration. Creating this, yeah, this corpse of what once was. This whole weird snapshot in time. Now, actual urban exploration does usually mean, like, potentially dodging, like, security guards and things like that. So there is sometimes an element of adrenaline and danger. But other times it can just be these... Oh, that's haunted as shit. It can just be these places lost. Alright, so that's where we've got to get to the crane controls. Okay. Now, Valiant was saying that the environment is the danger and the horror is the isolation. Well, there's different kinds. This... I mean, perhaps it's the way our character is presented. Perhaps it's the story. And again, video games are all about how they make us feel. So, when it comes to especially something like this, where it's working in subtleties, not in broad strokes, like, it's very open to interpretation. But this doesn't make me feel lonely. I don't feel lost. Our character has enough focus to progress without being adrift. You know, there isn't a massive threat we're running back to report. And again, there isn't something at our heels. You know, we've seen bodies, and we're reading these stories of, like, a situation from the 80s that went horribly wrong. Oh, here we go. Alright, that's helping. But currently this situation isn't... Yeah, I've got to go down that fucking tunnel, don't I? Alright, do it now. But yeah. And Lyris, you can't tell me that spiral staircase didn't look haunted as shit. But we've got to have a look. Nope, 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 nope. That's a poison. Why'd I do that? But yeah, I think I've talked about this a lot with you all when it comes to my feelings of the Borderlands games. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried playing Borderlands 1 solo. Like, and I don't just mean like for a little bit by yourself, but start a character and just start playing it as a solo experience. And the feeling of loneliness is overwhelming at times. And it's not a diss, because it's a game designed to have friends and compatriots and, you know, somebody else hanging off the side of your buggy. The game isn't constantly yelling at you about stuff that happen, because it's you and your friends. You make your own fun, right? So when you remove the additional friends, all you're left with is the environment and a few little elements of, oh, this is a fucking bad idea. Do. This isn't very smart now. Ah! Ah! My fucking knees, man! This is not smart! Yeah. And it's not... Again, this isn't a diss against Borderlands. It's just... It was like an unintentional side effect of creating a cooperative experience with no one to cooperate with. Piss! Yeah, Borderlands 2 definitely did a lot more to talk, I guess, at you. Plus, Handsome Jack as a character worked great because he talked at you but didn't need a response. Like, he was there to heckle and tease and kind of be a bit of a joke until he fucking wasn't. Borderlands 3, I just need to have time to get drunk and play it with a friend. But Borderlands 3 is an experience... You know my feels on it. Y'all don't have to get subjected to my bullshit more than once in a day. So Valiant was saying that early Fallout 76 for its flaws had the same feel. Interesting. And again, that's incredibly valid. I'm looking forward to playing Fallout 76. But mainly because Kimball, who's one of our kind of Longshipian regulars and a very good friend, Kimball and their friends played that game the right way, like actually as an RPG, and it unlocks such a different experience. Alright, is this the you gotta get up to get down maneuver? Now, jumping back in, Edwin says that Handsome Jack was such a presence in 2. Unfortunately, his ghost inhabits every corner of it. Yeah, it's the great villain syndrome. Sadlin says that they felt 2 worked better than 1 solo outside the brick fight because in 2, the enemy designs were intended to be attacked with 2 people. Oh, yeah, so mechanically 2 was a lot more difficult. And I would definitely agree with that. Alright, I feel like I've gone super, super far ahead and have not yet worked out how to turn on the stuff and things. Valiant, do you mind giving us a little pointer as to where I should be going? Because I'm definitely going to keep going for a little while longer on this, because, you know, we got 50 people, cool kids hanging out, plus the conversation's great. Oh yeah, so, Sadlin, sorry, I must have misread it, but no, I agree that mechanically, 1 was easier to play solo. And 2 definitely had a lot of fights that needed cooperation and working together and nonsense like that. You know, friendship, stuff like nerds would do. Oh, okay. Wait, so you wrote it wrong. I just said it. I said it correctly by reading it wrong. Welcome to my life. Yeah, I think we go down from here, and if this doesn't get us the thingy open, then we've got to go down into the plague pit, where we'll be having a bad time, having a bad time. Okay. Valiant, I think I'll go for the upper area, because at least it's a little bit more visually interesting for your lovely selves to watch. Now, Edwin says, play as Gage and let a death clap deal with your foes. Hey, being a team of 2. The thing I'm looking forward to through all the nonsense of Borderlands 3 is being able to do the... my superpower is giant robot, and you can hang on my shoulders and we'll just kick everybody's ass till it stops being funny, you know? Like, that's not going to stop being entertaining for me. But I did find that it wasn't that 3 was bad by any means. What I found with it in the end was that the story didn't have that Jack element. It didn't have that carry through. It was so far beyond a parody of a parody. Which, again, is fine, but I needed more people to get in on that space. That is a good point. Edwin was saying that 3 of the 4 characters in Borderlands 3 had some form of lure baddies away with power. You are not wrong. Hopefully I didn't misinterpret what Valiant was saying. Haven't led us off on a wild goose chase. Or even just a regular goose chase. I'm hoping that we are currently maneuvering through a goose-free zone. So Valiant was saying one of the reasons that this game gripped them so tight is over the years they've worked in infrastructure and on a steel factory furnace doing like electrical and IT work. Oh shit, yeah, so this is very, very in keeping. One of our regulars... oh, here we go. One of our regular friendos... Oh, that's death. He works in like technical documentation, and he found the office scene at the very beginning of the game too real, if you can believe it. He did not like. But I see the key that you were talking about. Oh, cool. That's some more flashlight batteries. I'll take those.
I have 5 packs of camera batteries now.
Yeah, Edwin... Okay, so friends, again, I don't mean any disses on Borderlands 3, and I'm definitely looking forward to playing Tiny Tina's stab ventures or what have you far, far more. But Handsome Jack, such a brilliantly nuanced character, right? Back your tin! Because, yeah, that opens the key. That opens the control room. That he was a bit of a meme lord. He was a little bit of a shitlord. But then it turned out that he was very dark. Whereas I felt the villains from Borderlands 3, they had one note, and it was, we're influencers. There wasn't another beat beyond it. Surprise, one of them has siren powers. I mean... Oh, come on! I have the key! So I have to go all the way back and open the other side of the door. Right, I'll just hop the fence up there. Oh, I have the hatch key. Where was the hatch again, Valiant? Sorry. I guess I got too busy talking about villains and baddies and stuff. But yeah, I didn't find that the baddies from Borderlands 2 had another maneuver. Okay, so it's one level up. Thank you! Here's the thing. Usually I would thoroughly enjoy going through this by myself, but I don't want you all to have to watch me being a feckin' dingleberry. One floor up, outer wall, but hidden. Cool. So we're looking for a hidden hatch. Aha! Thank you! Pachow! Alright. Alright. Also, one of the things that I am enjoying about this is that there's more than one solution to a larger portion of these areas, which makes it feel more organic. That could be what's giving it that urban exploration feel, rather than it feeling like a first-person puzzle platformer. You know, we do have agency in this space. Yeah. But yeah, Tiny Tina's Wonderland is something I'm very looking forward to going through with you all. I'll try and... That will probably be a winter one. But the main reason that I want to play it with you all is because of its unreliable narration. You know, the fact that you're not playing as a character in a game. You're playing as a character in a game's D&D character. You know, you're playing inside an RPG. Oh, so I guess we're going to keep going that way. How are we going to do that? Hello, my name is Parun. I'm very confused as to where we're going. Hopefully I'm not going to need a cardboard box. Let's go have a look. Interesting. So Valiant was going on to say that one thing this game does a lot of is that there's multiple ways to solve a problem. One way will be easier than the other, but if you take the complicated path, you're more likely to find narrative beats. So yeah, that's got a big no touchy sign on it. I do like that. But yeah, like after we did Call of Juarez Gunslinger, we spent all of that day talking about unreliable narrators in video games, and then I realized how fecking few of those there are that we can work with. So Perio says that they love Borderlands 2. I think it's worth talking about the fact that there was another mainline Borderlands game before 3 came out. We got the pre-sequel, and I think a lot of people... It soured a lot of people on Borderlands for a while. That is a good point. For those of you who don't know, the Borderlands pre-sequel was made by another team, and it was the attempt to create a franchise team. If you're not familiar with the term, the idea is if you have a game studio that has one game that ends up being wildly successful. Ooh, grounding wire. So for this case, let's take Borderlands. Borderlands was a gamble of a game, but it feckin' did it. Now we just gotta work out where to ground this. If you don't know the story, Borderlands was originally a very gritty, realistic first-person shooter, and with... How do we... I don't know how to ground you. Hang on. First things first. I'm going to save it. Yeah. Anyway, Borderlands has a complete rebrand. There we go. Complete new art style, the whole shebang. It goes great. Borderlands becomes a huge, huge success. Spawning like a massive, massive situation. But it meant that Gearbox wasn't working on any other games through Borderlands to Borderlands 2. And after the massive success of Borderlands 2, it became apparent that this was something beyond just an game that does good. So they started looking into the possibility of fracturing the team, with the idea being that part of the team would keep making Borderlands games and the rest of the team would work on something else. And so Borderlands, the pre-sequel, was given to a different team. And that differentiation shows through. Like, it's one of those, it's so hard to explain until you've played it. Yeah, now, a playable Claptrap and Handsome Jack was a great feckin' move, but something about it just felt off. Now, Valiant Steel, Borderlands 3, if you have a friend who's keeping pace with you, you'll have a great time with it, honest. It's not as strong narratively as the rest of its little, I almost said cabal. A sinister way of putting it. Oh, speaking of sinister, there's no way this is bad. But yeah. Oh, so I guess the most famous example of a successful franchise team is 343. That back when Bungie was still attached to Microsoft, Bungie wanted to start doing interesting stuff. Halo is such a huge part of Microsoft's identity, there was no way they could stop making Halos. So, what they did is they created 343 Industries. They specifically created a group of people to keep working on the successful thing. So the rest of the team would then be freed up to do other stuff. And then later on, when Bungie moved over to... Because I can't remember, were they independent and then Activision? Or were they Sony and then independent, then Activision? God, I fucking forget, friends. But suffice it to say, 343 maintained the Halo IP, like...
Ooh, that's 6 packs of camera batteries.
Yeah. Hope you all are ready for some photos. And since then, like, while 343 definitely struggled to find their voice, their technical achievements have always been on point. Big catwalk. Long catwalk. Let's see what this is needed for. But yeah, 343 Industries has continued to make Halo games, and while there have been some missteps in terms of features, like Halo Infinite looks feckin' good and has been handled really well. God. It's also, sorry, Edwin was saying that Borderlands 3 has a lot of quality of life changes. Perio's joking that the biggest change to Borderlands that turned their head was adding vaulting and mantling. Can finally jump on a freaking ledge. Yep. But the reason why it's...
4 packs of flashlight batteries.
We are doing good.
Recorded announcement.
My comrades, first they make our work much more hazardous, then make us work for longer hours, and then even crop our salary, and now they even deny our right to work. This is the last drop. We have had enough. No more worsening work conditions. No more exploiting poor workers. We are on strike. Strike! Strike! Strike!
Seize the means of production! Sorry. Oh no, all I was going to add is that it's bizarre to think that there was a time before, you know, the concept of the looter-shooter. That's something that Borderlands found first and foremost, and everyone has been copying them ever since. The idea of, like, some of those quality of life changes, but they were still the first people to think, what if shoot, but also loot? Which is bizarre to say out loud, but that was the case. And numbers, I don't think it's a hot take to say that Reach and 3 had narrative issues. Halo 2 adding the little shop of horrors as a feature definitely caught a lot of us off guard. But Halo was always an experiential game. It's been lucky enough, kind of like the Black Library, to have been such a success. They've been slowly able to bring on board like better and better writers. But alright, one of you things in this environment is beeping at me, and I'm doing my best here. Beepy Beeperson. Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 have great narratives. Little Shop of Horrors! What do you want from me? I already said I would seize the means of production. I agree with you. Stop bleeping! Oh, is it all the way over there? Ah. Feed me, Seymour. Yeah, maybe I'll try that, Aperios. I'll just stand there and go, beep, beep, how do you like this? Beep. See no way that that would end badly. God. So for those of you, well, I guess because we have some new friendos here, so I have set myself a mildly sadistic challenge for the winter. I am going to attempt to watch... oh, we're going to drop down like little ninjas. I am going to attempt to watch every video game movie. Now, one of the things I'm very happy about... Let me see if I drop this. Is this how it's supposed to go? Yeah! One of the things I'm very happy about is we're only doing film adaptations of video games, and only live-action ones. Because we don't have to watch the live-action Halo TV show. Yeah, and I was hoping Mr. Anderson, Paul W.S. Anderson, would have done more video game movies than Uwe Boll by this point, but no. Boll, good old Bollbag, still has the most amount of terrible video game films. Paul has done 9, Boll's done 10. At least by our calculation. So. Woo! Alright, I know you're here, thing to jam things into. Probably could think of a better name for him, couldn't I? Yeah, so numbers, that doesn't count the entire Resident Evil series.
Does someone really live in here?
Well, so Edwin, what we thought we'd do is to... If you're reading this, you managed to get here, despite my best efforts to block entry for you bums. If something happens to my shroom farm, you will regret it. Signed, The Face of Hell.
Fascinating.
Oh, okay, so it still wants us to take pictures of notes, just not of... Otherwise. Oh, shit. Friends, do you want some turnip crisps? I got a whole thing of turnip crisps. See if there's anything in the fridge. Be gone! Back, foul demon! It's not working. It's got chemistry. Oh, shit. Oh, so someone was running a...
Intriguing.
Someone was running like an illegal shroom farm out of here. Man. Oh, shit. They had an Ouya? Fuck.
7 packs of camera batteries now.
So many cameras. So little time. Yep, no rent, free water and power on all the mushrooms you can consume. Oh, there we go. Some keys. Unfortunately, I brought both the fuse boxes here, and this is absolutely not where they need to go.
I have 5 packs of flashlight batteries now.
Oh, look at me. I'm right, rolling in it. But yeah. So numbers, I don't disagree with you about Halo 3. It was one of those big set piece AAA, the grand finale to a great big series. And the reason why... I mean, Salem, I'm trying to find an Ouya dev kit. I'm going to be the last Ouya developer. That's my goal. But sorry, the reason why I brought it up was because, like, the Halo as a story and as a franchise is fascinating because it's just Trope City. And yet they managed to bring together something that would become, like, one of the great... Alright, where's my brick? Oh, come on! This whole game world is threatening me. Alright, friends, at some point I will finally finish that thought that's been kicking around in my noggin for the last 20 minutes. At some point, I will have for you something that vaguely resembles a cohesive piece of conversation. But it is not this day! Everybody's beeping at me. It's not fair. Oh shit, flowers, you're fucking spot on. There was a bloody hole in the ceiling, that's how we get in there. Nerd, nerd. Pingu goes urban exploring the show. That's a path up.
Still 4 packs left.
Yeah, we can work with 4 packs. Okay. So yeah, we gotta drop on in like a ninja. Just wonder how high up we gotta drop in from. You're coming with me. Wait. I don't want to go back in. I just got out of here. No. I just got out of here. Piss. All right. I will say, I kind of wish the BBC would get out of its own way when it comes to Doctor Who games. That's definitely a space I'd love to see get that same kind of Halo Black Library style treatment. And I understand, that is a fever pipe dream, but it'd be feckin' cool. So far, we haven't really had much luck with Doctor Who video games, just because there's so many feckin' stakeholders involved when it comes. Ah, my knees! Oh, I dropped the thing. Okay, so 3 and 4 are in reverse. Alright. Alright, I see what you're doing. Yar, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Okay. This is an old school flipsy-switchy puzzle. If you can turn all of them off, there must be a way to turn all of them on. Why am I stupid? Hello, friends. Could have played Borderlands. Could have just been all like, ducka, 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 ducka. Oh, Will, how are you going to solve this puzzle? Well, I'm going to take this fistful of bullets and throw it into this guy's face. But no, I wanted to be an urban explorer. I wanted to go here for a good dip. Okay. So 2 up, 2 down. Am I just being stupid? It's one of those like impossible puzzles where I just have to pick 2. So you're right. So and I can only do 2 at once. And they're different colours. Okay. I think we're onto an idea here. Back of the net. So power on. Yeah! There's some feckin' Half-Life logic for you. Beep beep, Mother Hubbards! You're not the police of me. Nailed it. What are these cool little hangout spots? That fucking knew it. Da, 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 da. Let's go get the fucking thingies. All right, where did I leave them? Where did you lot leave me? Why am I left unsupervised? There's meant to be systems in place to stop people like me being left unattended. Yeah, so now I'm going to find the 2 emotional support. Ah! Ah! I fell over! I'm going to find all the emotional support. Fuses! Wow, I had to go deep into the paint for that one. Alright, friends. Let's mop up these last little puzzles. And then I think we'll bring our adventures to a close, because it has reached the point where I can't remember the word fuse. As in, oh, what is happening to our poor character's bones? He's gonna have the worst knees after this. I can only assume that he's like huffing painkillers on the quiet. And thank you, Flowers. I think it was one of those points where it's just, because we've been rolling for a while, I was just a little too dense to see the obvious answer, you know what I mean? And I think I left it up. Oh, I think I left it up by Drug Guy, so that shouldn't be too bad. Haha! I am so smart! I am so smart! Where can we? Where can we? Papaja! You lot kept me around for more than just my good looks. Alright, so these are both powered up. And the words of the Dalai Lama, now what? So there's a third. By the looks of things, that's not actually in use. Alright. Oh, but it does have batteries.
5 stacks of flashlight batteries now.
Ah, we need to find 2 more. Oh, there it is! Ha! I am so smart! I am so smart! Alright, so we're up to 3, and I think there are only 3 to saw. Go us. Alright, so we gotta get up there. Gotta push some buttons. Gotta make it happen. Job's a good un. Or we have to go over to those red flashing lights. There's also that. Oh, you did that on purpose. He said yelling at the doors. Oh. Yeah, I want to get us to a point, friends, where we can stop and we're not going to have the puzzles kind of trip us up. Because, you know, my gin-addled brain isn't going to remember, like, halfway through a lot of this. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm happy to do Black Watchman as a long play, because the puzzles aren't mechanical puzzles, right? Like, okay, yes, there are ones that you solve by doing, you know, like... Huh. There's another fuse, but where does it need to go? Alright, it's got to earmark. That's... So, 26. That's where the fourth fuse is.
Smells like there's a gas leak in here.
That's fine.
That's 6 packs of flashlight.
So what did we learn? What did we learn? Smells like gasoline in here. Nah, just turn everything on, it'll be fine.
That's 6 packs of flashlight batteries.
Yeah, I think this is a run and fun. Yeah. Parkour, parkour!
What the hell is going on?
Our character can't breathe fire! Woo! Spicy! Shit, what do we do? How do we get around this lightning stick? Yeah, usually in a Half-Life game, this is where we get the tools to avoid the thing. Oh, what about this? Ah, there we go. That's turned off. Everything's trying to kill us. Damn, industrial engineering, you're scary. Drug guy is going to be livid when he finds out we blew the fuck out the whole place. Absolutely livid. Something spicy this way comes. Woo! 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 When in doubt, out. Please don't burn. Ah, pea-balls. Hey, Fred. How's it going? The crispy sound that you just heard, followed with that delicious kind of like pulled pork smell, is a very good place to call this. I think we're... Because all we have to do at this point is hit the button and continue. Yeah, spoiler, by the way, that delicious smell, that's Edwin. They're tasty. How are you doing, Fred? But yeah, I think a good solid 5-6 hours of infra is not bad. I could definitely see us coming back to that, but I guess that's up to your lovely, lovely selves. Hang on, let me pop some tunes on. I don't really have too much to add on this at the moment, only that this is really feckin' cool. And this did everything that I was really hoping it was going to do, and then some. Do you know what I mean? There we go. Ah, some nice smooth jams. Right, to those of you who just found us today, thank you for coming with. Tomorrow, I have a fascinating puzzle game we have to play with our voice, so that should be very entertaining. And I really hope you'll come along for that, because it's feckin' cool. If you're not on Discord, come join us there. It's pretty much the only place I really spend any time apart from here. Oh, well, Valiant, like, it was lovely to make your acquaintance. Like, thank you for helping us out when I got stuck and things like that. And I don't know when, but most likely next Thursday is when we'll jump back in this. So, yeah, go get some sleep. And hopefully I can show you something tomorrow you haven't seen. Yeah. God. Oh, and Megalyn, like, lovely to make your acquaintance. Again, I hope we get to hang out some more. Quick reminder, 2 weeks until Spooky Gandams. The 22nd is when they need to be done. So get building, get painting. Yeah, tomorrow we're playing Unknown Number, a first-person talker, which should be very, very interesting. Then we got Californium, Sea of Thieves, and Dark Souls 3. The running of the numpties, the class of 2020 returns, finally! It's been far too long. But no, this has been a really lovely day. Friendos, thank you so much. I've got some fascinating stuff to pitch to you all. And yeah. I need to come up with a solid plan. I need to talk some peoples before I pitch it to you. But suffice it to say, the Great Bezos heist, it's in progress. It's in motion. I'm gonna steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. It's gonna be great. Right, friends. Let's see. God, we have too many friendos kicking off at the moment. So, I'm about to roll credits in a second. Let me see where these people are at. Just gotta wait for these very obnoxious adverts to finish doing their obnoxiousness. Again, House Carl, you all do not know how badass you are, as you basically save everybody from having to deal with so many bad adverts. Right! For those of you who don't know, this entire operation is currently supported by all of you lot. So whether you threw in bits or subs or what have you, all of it is what keeps this whole thing going. And somehow, I do not know how to say enough thank yous, but I'm going to keep bloody trying. Come on, credits, don't make me hurt you. Specifically, I would like to thank the following people today. Here we go. Oh yeah, Lyris. what's having a great knowledge of video games if you can't share them with friends, right? So yeah, bits are still the biggest thing that keeps this whole thing going. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Be it teeny tiny ones or feck you amounts. I'd like to specifically thank Favor6, Bacon Avenger, Smug Rainbow Pony, Hunspector, Lyris Dragon, Vanderbeast. B does everything. Really do. Fearless Sun, Crux, Asari Green Fire, and J-Post. Your moderators today was Caffeine and Rhymes with Moose. And for new followers, Valiant Steed, Ultimate Scrub Lords, Voltamog, Puppy Crabosaurus, who might win Best New Follower of the Day, Snowdrop Hat, Div Loli, M. Jane, all of you, thank you for follows, and I do hope we legit get to hang out and nat some more, so feckin' yo. To Ehrman, Immortal Alien, I'm not saying that one, feck you Jackie, I know what you're trying to do. Captain Stephanie Barnes, Asari Green Fire, Exo, Night Vale and Spence Matt, Skynix Destorian and the Man, whether you were gifting subs to people or celebrating massive sprees, thank you. And Robotron bringing in a fucking massive raid. Hopefully... Lyris being cheeky. Hopefully those of you that came and stayed were at least suitably entertained. Sorry, that squinting of my face was just having a look at friendos and who's live. It's a tricky one. See, one of my friendos is doing a big stream. And one of my friendos is doing a tiny stream, but of a more mainstream game. And another friendo is doing a tiny stream of a game of questionable history. I do want to see what this game's like. Alright friends, we're going to mix it up. Usually we tend to go small, not large. But my good friend Joker is currently playing this Astragosis Curse of the Stars. And I saw it on a bunch of my press and content creator emails. And I'm very curious. It looks like a small team trying to bat to the Ubisoft format. And while it isn't usually my kind of game, I'm curious to see what it is. So... like I said, usually we wouldn't raid into such a big stream, but I do want to check in on this one, so that's where I'm going to go. Friends, I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. I don't know if I'll be on Discord later, but I'm going to try. This has been a fucking excellent day, and yeah, after the mess that was the end of last week, I'm very, very happy to have you all here, and... you know what I mean, I'm just fucking love doing this, and I'm very grateful for you all that you let me keep doing this on the bloody daily. So feckin' we. Alright, friendos, love you all. Blept you on Discord, and I'll see you tomorrow for very strange games. And if the game tomorrow is heckin' terrible, I've got a veritable grab bag of some titles I really want to show you. But that is to be continued. Right! Let's go see what Joe Cat's up to. Friends, to be continued, and I'll see you on the morrow.